Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? I hope we are well. All right. Let's get straight into things. I'm a little bit late today. I do apologize. I was playing tech support. As soon as I got up, my dad had some issues that I needed to help him out with. So I was doing that. And now we're a little bit late. And then as soon as I started streaming, a neighbor or somebody outside started mowing the lawn. So I've had to go and close the window as well. So that's fun. Hey, look at that. Oh, we for a moment we had 69 of those in there. But yeah, yesterday we finished off getting these passive. I really don't like the textures for these. Um, Somebody did say about moving this up in the list. I actually don't know how we do that with this now. Oh, right, we can't move it up any further. Whatever, Nrio texture backports. But yeah, then we've got the blackouts texture pack on there, textures on there, but I don't know. These don't seem overly blackout-esque, so I'm not overly happy with that. Because it doesn't look all that great. It's the same with the ones over here as well. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's, yeah. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. The plans for today are basically get the multi-smelters set up. We were trying to do that yesterday's stream, but we didn't quite get around to it. And then get ore processing sorted, at least some basic form of, or semi-basic form of ore processing. That is the main plans for today. So with that being said, let's start looking at the multi-smelters, because those shouldn't take too long to do. It's basically just the smelter itself. I don't even think we need a muffler on these, do we? Oh no, we do need a muffler. Where the hell have they put the muffler on this? Anyway, right, we need a muffler, we need a maintenance hatch, input-output, energy hatches. Should be easy enough. We'll probably do two of these. One to work as an alloy smelter for anything we don't have passived, and one to work as just like an actual smelter. That is the plan. So, with that in mind, what do we actually need for these? HV circuits, furnaces, which we can actually do the HV circuits now, since we have them passived. Although one thing I did want to do actually is set these up so we have a little, like a few more of these kept in stock, especially the HV ones. And maybe just like add an extra stack onto all of them. I'm gonna have to do that as well. Yeah, that should definitely keep us in circuits for at least for a little while, so we can speed things up a little bit. Anyway, multi-smelters. We just need 2 invert machine cases. There we go. 2 of those. There we go. Multi-smelters. We should already have... oh, wait, where do we use the cuprical coils? Oh, we use them in the... we use them in... Where do we use them? Oh, for the setup for... Well, we use some of them in the pyro oven over there, and some of them for those EBFs, I think. Do I have any Canthol left? No. Do I want to make Canthol coils for these? Or do we just worry about doing... Or do we just put cupronickel in for now? Canthol will make things slightly faster. We can, and we'll be able to smelt up to 64 items at a time, as opposed to the cupronickel, which will do 32. Honestly, I think we can get away with just the cupronickel for now. Like, we've got it set up so we can easily just request the coils for that, so we can always upgrade it later when we have a few more things available to us. Right, what else do we need? Input and output buses. Did I ever set those up? No, I didn't. Right, we're not going to set up the recipes for these yet. Since they're not exactly difficult to make. But we are going to need to do it soon. We're going to need to work on our ME system a little bit soon as well. Actually, I could probably get away with just a single output for both of these. I think that should be fine. We can have a single output for both of those. We're going to need 2 maintenance hatches, 2 muffler hatches. Oh, wait, we can share the muffler hatch as well. Ooh. I don't know if I want to or not, though. I think I'd rather do what I normally do with these and just have the muffler hatch facing inside so we don't have to deal with the smoke particles. Alright, what are we still waiting on? More maintenance hatches. Why are the maintenance hatches taking so long? Oh, because the coils are going through there, aren't they? That'll explain it. Alright, so what else are we going to need in here? Energy hatches. We may as well just go with MV energy hatches again. We're not going to be smelting a huge amount of stuff. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Did I ever set those? Yes, I did make the energy hatches craftable. And I guess if we use 4 amp converters, that should be doable. There's 1 energy hatch. Energy hatches. Grab a little bit more energetic alloy. We need to get this passive soon as well. It is on the to-do list. Okay, right. And then how many of the involved machine casings are we going to need? I don't know. We may as well just make a bunch of these, honestly. Because we're going to need them later for EBFs anyway, so it's not like they're not going to get used. And we can do away with this thing soon as well once we've got that. Well, I think what I might end up doing, actually, is... just because we're still going to be doing a lot of manual smelting as well, what I'm going to do, I think, is set these things up over here. And then what I'll do is I'll have a couple of ender chests, one going into each of them, one for smelting, one for alloy smelting. So if we want to like manually put anything in, we can do that. And we can just do that from over here. So we'll just stick the ender chests over here somewhere. And that'll just save us going all the way over there to set it up. I feel like I'm missing something with these. No idea what, though. Oh, well, I'm sure I will find out soon enough. Alright, so... AM, how are you doing? That'll go there. We'll put the output bus in between them. Better than yesterday. That's good. I'm very glad to hear that. All right, and then we'll do the inputs on the sides. Do I want to move this one block further over? Maybe, probably not, though. No, I think that'll be fine. But it's the only annoying thing is it's going to come right up against the end of it. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we are going to move it over by a block. Apple bus. Just so we've got we can put the ender chest here and still have the one block of gap between there. It's not like we're going to be short on space in here, so I think we need to worry about that. Wait, does the multi-smelter controller go in? Yeah, it obviously goes in the bottom, doesn't it? Because we've got the coils going through the middle. And I just realised I didn't need 16 coils, did I? I only needed 10, I think. No, 13. The only downside to wall sharing with this is if we do upgrade, we have to upgrade all of them. Ta-da! We have things. Okay, so if we... That up to there, that up to there. And that up to there. Should work. We're going to have to bring covered cable down here as well, which means we are going to need a lot more covered cable. I think I do actually quite like the idea of having this running along here and then across the center of these chunks. A little bit more cabling, but it's going to look a lot neater. And that is important. For me, at least. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. There we go. Things have power. Well, the converter does. Not actually going to anything yet. Yeah, it is. Alright. So, we'll do the left-hand side one for just furnace as a furnace, and we can do this as an alloy smelter. if we set that down there and put an interface under there. Wait, I should have a bunch more covered cables, shouldn't I? We are definitely going to need those. There we go. And can I just directly make the extended pattern providers at this point? Do I have a thing with circuit 4? Oh, I do have a circuit 4 assembler. Oh, shit. So if we set up the recipe for those, we should have everything doable. Alright, so we want 2 of those. And that should give us plenty of pattern space. We may as well test to make sure these are actually working first. Hang on, have we got anything we can smelt right now? Cobblestone works. Alright, so if we... Oh. As per usual, I am missing a step. How long is that taking? 6 seconds to do 32? Not awful. We can obviously speed that up later. As this is like literally the most basic it can get. And then if we do that... Actually, we'll leave that for now. I get it? I did. Right, let's make sure the alloy smelter is working okay as well. And that we are not having any issues with that. What are we waiting on that? Oh, of course it's the fucking cables. It's always the cables. Right. Let's do just a stack of iron, half stack of nickel. We do need to passive invar, honestly, but... There we go. Holy shit, that's actually quicker than the smelting. Cool. Alright, there we go. We have an alloy smelter, and we have... a furnace. Alright, so... that will go down there, and that will go down there. Interface there. And where is my quartz knife? I really need to sort out this texture pack for this. That's the furnace. And that's the alloy smelter. Alright, now we just got to get a few ender chests. Just for when we manually do this. That doesn't need to go in there. Right. Can we make ender chests at the minute? Do we even have... Oh, it's the weird ender chest mod, isn't it? We need steel crate. Right, we need to worry a little bit less now about actual patterns. Have I got a... I have got a circuit 1 pattern provider, haven't I? Pretty sure. Right, long rod. And yeah, although we do need to upgrade that. And I also need to label these as well, don't I? That's circuit A, circuit 1. There was a few other ones, I think, that were getting short on pattern space. That one was... none of those... Okay, my computer's doing weird things again. This is going to be a bad day. Alright, so... we should be able to request those. Make sure that actually works. Don't know why I'm worried about it, because it absolutely should do. Blaze rods are going to be a bit of a pain at the moment. I think what I might need to do is temporarily find another drawer here. Hang on, bear with me, chat. Temporarily find another drawer here, and I've got a blaze data model in here. We need to wait till we get a blaze prediction through here and actually get it putting blaze rods through instead of sulfur for a little bit. Just so we can get a little bit of a backlog of them. When it eventually brings up the blaze ones. I'm pretty sure we got enough sulfur to keep us going for a little bit. More Enderman. Come on. Silver. Why are there so many witch predictions? Holy shit. Wait, so that's really confusing. Why are the witch predictions backing up so much, but nothing else is? Strange. If you would care to hurry up and go through this, that would be fantastic. Because I need my blaze, but you know what? They backed up before as well, by the looks of things. Right, let's make a drawer that we can use for blaze rods. If we just do, I don't know, 1x2 drawer, should be fine. I need to put spruce in the greenhouse. We should actually be able to move away from drawers soon. Which is what I'm really hoping to do. Right, so we'll let that go for a while. Don't let me forget to move that later. Oh shit, wool's an issue as well. I haven't got a lot of wool at the minute. That'll do for now. Oh, wait, we needed 4 of them, didn't we? Obsidian. We're out of obsidian as well? Oh, jeez. Okay. Where can we get large quantities of obsidian? We've not been to the end yet, have we? Pretty sure we haven't. Where can we get large quantities of obsidian? Hmm. I don't think there's anywhere in the nether where it just generates obsidian, is there? I don't remember there being. Right, do we have any ways of making obsidian yet? We can solidify lava, but with the rock breaker... Actually, we could make the rock breaker now. Technically, I don't know if it's worth it, but we could arguably make the rock breaker. I guess for now, we'll just go and find somewhere that we can just find a lava lake and then solidify it into obsidian, I guess. And then just mine it out. Shouldn't take too long with the drill. We need to remember to actually pick up. Right. Not really surface lava lakes either. We got anywhere that's going to be lower down in the world? Silver, maybe? Oh, wait, hold on. We've got a bedrock one. We come up from here. Was that where our redstone vein was? Somehow we're in an area where there's basically no lava here. I did see some on the map a minute ago. There it is. Not a huge amount, but it'll have to do. That'll do for now. Not a huge amount, but... Alright. Let's make sure those stay in there. Why have I got so many aluminium plates in there? No idea. Right, 2 more ender chests. Oh. More news from Phasmophobia. Good morning, Quiet. How are you doing? Right, what do we have in the way of dyes? Not a lot. That's right. I don't think I'm going to be here too long today, honestly, Quiet. So you're not going to be missing much. Right, so one of them can be black, green, and black. And the other one... can be red, black, red, I guess. There we go, right. And then we just put one of them over here. So black, green, black can be for the smelter. Red, black, red can be for the alloy smelter. So what do we need? Signs. I need signs. Really won't matter what signs, just signs. So smelter. Alloy smelter. With a D on the end. Okay, so if we want to... have we got anything we can smelt here that we can... or any alloys we can make to test this? Okay, we've got 62 pulsating iron at the minute. If we put that and the stack of iron... which I'm actually starting to run very short on iron. I need to sort that out. Yeah, the alloy smelters come on. Yeah, there we go. So now we can just... we don't even have to go over there to manually do stuff. Right, we are running very short on iron. We were getting all of our iron from the iron farm. But since we decided to turn peaceful mode on, we no longer have an iron farm. I'm assuming it's zombies we need for this. Yeah, let's get a zombie prediction going and remove something else from here. What is backing... this is backing up so much. This should be able to run about 16 of these simulation chambers without backing up, but it really seems to struggle with just 14 of them. So I might have to add another loot fabricator on here, which I was trying to avoid, but it's not going to be overly difficult to set up. But yeah, you see that 16 blaze predictions. The only thing I can think is that these are actually... they've actually got a higher than 30% chance. Oh, from that we only got 9 blaze rods. Okay, we didn't actually finish off going through that. Yeah, I'm going to have to make another loot fabricator. Seems like a reasonable idea, Quiet. I maybe wouldn't spend like 16 hours doing it, but it seems like a reasonable idea. Right, what I'm looking for, loot fabricator. Hey, Kaz, how you doing?
mercy! Running away! You yellow bastard!
Alright, enjoy quiet. Yeah, we used for the digital. You did make the digital mine a singularity in the end, then. That's concerning. Right, we're gonna have to sit here for a minute and I don't know why I bothered doing that. Got power. What we need to do is copy these. And I also need more item cards. People wanted power flowers. Hey, why not? To be fair, I don't think I've ever really used the digital miner for much at all anyway, so putting it in a singularity seems like a great idea. Right, so... sulfur dust. Redstone. Again, the wish predictions were backing up. What can I get rid of here? Like, what have we got plenty of for the time being? I really don't like the having to switch these out. We've got like 20,000 copper at the minute. 17. Let's take the copper out for now and switch it out for... Actually, haven't got a zombie prediction. Hold on. Let's take the copper out and switch it out for iron for now. So we can build up a little bit of iron. Hell. I need, what, 12 string, 4 carbon, and 4 pulsating dust. Right, is that going to work? That's not working, is it? What did I screw up with that? Oh, wait a minute. What the hell did it do with the string? Oh, right. No, that did work. I just didn't give it enough string, did I? I needed 16, not 12. Whoops. So it actually worked fine. Oh, and I took the carbon out again as well, didn't I? There we go. That's better. And then it also means that I think I need 12... 16 of these, rather, not 12. Right, so... I actually made way more than I needed there, I think. I think we made a bunch of extras, but that's fine, because we are going to need them eventually anyway. So that's fine. Why am I dropping so many fucking frames today as well? Yeah, today is going to be a very short stream at this rate. Had such a good day yesterday as well. Now today is just falling apart before it's even began. We're basically going to have to wait until we've had all of the various different things. Although the copper, we will set it to copper, but we don't actually want copper. What are we getting the copper from again? Spider. If we take the spider out for now, replace that with the zombie. The ender pearls. Nickel. Wait, how are we doing for coal as well? We really don't need that much coal, do we? Although that being said, I still need to set up the passiving of coal dust. I'll need to set that up in a second. Right, I'll need to keep coming back and checking on this. If we just make an LV macerator should be fine for passive coal. Oh, we're going to need an emitter as well. And an interface. Oh, it's so nice to have passive circuits. I want to do this. Well, no. Higher than that. Oh, I need conductive iron wires as well. And that is the last of our energy cards, so we're going to have to go make some more of those. Oh, I need a cable anchor as well. No, I am not playing All Mods 10. This is Monifactory. I haven't randomly got the All the Mods 10 tag in my stream, have I still? No, didn't think so. Although that wouldn't have surprised me. I hate having this on the floor, but at the same time, I really don't want to use more laser nodes than I have to. Right. Emitter. If we just say 2048 coal dust. Emit when levels are below that limit, which it shouldn't be emitting now. Cause actually, no, I think we are below 2048, aren't we? And then we need one of you. And we invert you. There we go. You know what? I don't even need to use... Oh, wait. I was going to say I don't even need to use an thing for this. I think I've got it found. Decided on a better way of doing this. At least for these bits. I'm going to have to move some stuff around a little bit. Grab that. And then if we put that there, and then I think I am just going to use interfaces for each of these. And then robot arms. It's kind of an expensive way of doing it, but honestly, it's just easier to manage later. Do I need anything else? I feel like I'm missing something else here. And it also means less laser nodes as well, which... As much as I love laser nodes, there are certain situations where it's just more a pain in the ass to do them with laser nodes than it is to use, like, robot arms. Because, like, rather than using 4, like, item cards, we can just use 1, robot arm. It just makes life a little easier. So if we keep exactly 4 coal in there. Let me output coal to there. And then we set this. We remove that. Put it over on that side. Set that to inverted. Set that to there, and then we just need to auto output on that side and input. Right, and let's make sure that stops when it needs to. Perfect. Okay. That is working. So now we've got coal dust sorted. And we've saved ourselves a few item cards, which not really a big deal, but this saves us a few resources. Okay, right. That is... I think everything we need to do there is sorted out. The next thing we've got to figure out is ore processing. I don't know if I want to do this now or not. Well, we might as well do. All right. So, ore processing. Basically, what I... With processing anything, let's just look at magnetite, for example. With processing anything, there's a whole bunch of different things you can do in order to process it. So obviously, usually it starts with macerating. We obviously want to use HV macerators for this so we can actually get the byproducts. So it starts with macerating, and then you can either ore wash it, or you can just macerate it again, or you can... that's basically it. So macerate, then you either ore wash. Usually we'd do it with just distilled water. But there are going to be situations where we want to do it with like mercury and stuff, so we'll need to think about that for later. And then thermal centrifuges and possibly centrifuges as well. And more macerators. So basically we want to set it up so we have a bunch of machines set up for each of these processes. And then we can have a single input chest, and then as we want to process ores in different ways, we can, like, normally we'll probably just follow the same route. It'll be macerate, ore wash, thermal centrifuge, macerate again. That will be the usual route for everything, but if we want to route anything anywhere else, all we need to do is just change things around on the laser nodes and kind of set the filters on the laser nodes, and we can reroute things to wherever they need to go. And we'll just have a single input chest and a single output chest. I think that's the way we're going to do it. I think we are starting to get to a point now where we want to start setting up our proper storage, though. So we're actually going to have storage cells for things rather than drawers. So we're actually going to need to expand this as well to contain storage drawer, so all of our storage. Which I think we're actually going to put the storage on this level, and then we'll move the auto crafting higher up. I think that's the way we want to do that. And then basically we'll just have, for every item, we'll have a partitioned storage cell. Speaking of which... Is this the one? Ah, this isn't the one that has the cell workbench in it. The portable cell workbench. That was so nice in all the mods. All the mods 10? I think the quantum armor from Advanced AE has a kind of a built-in thing. But unfortunately, nothing we have in Moni. Which sucks, but that's fine. Okay, so first things first, I want to make a bunch of extended drives. If we can make like just like 8 extended drives for now, that will give us what, 160 slots for 160 different items. So let's see if we can. First of all, let's see if we can get a pattern set up for patterns now that we can actually do this properly. Although we don't have any patterns available to make patterns. Hey, Twilight, how's it going? Alright, so... Oh, we're going to need to set up a fluid solidifier as well. The fluid solidifiers for various things. Did I ever set those up? I don't remember that. I don't think I did I? I did. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm going to get Chash play Immersive Revolution. Possibly not for a little while, since we've kind of still very early in Monifactory. But possibly at some point. I would be interested to try it. Wait, why have I got that in there twice? What is wrong with me? Yeah, why have I got that in there twice? No idea. Right. Solidifier, polyethylene sheets. How you doing anyway, Twi? How have things been going with Immersive Revolution? Maybe when I play, you'll actually have Create 6. I am looking forward to playing around with the Create 6 stuff and all the new stuff that's been added. I've not had a chance to even look at it yet. And then fine silver wire. Elfie, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are we doing? How is the stream, Elfie? How is Project Flatten going? Try not to knock too many things over with that broomstick. And Zidic, welcome as well. Ah, I'm trying to shout out Elfie, not use her emotes. As awesome as they are. There we go. That's better. Everyone go follow Elfie. She's awesome. And currently playing Project Flattened. Actual Elfie raid. I was a little surprised to see an actual Elfie raid. I know Elfie doesn't normally raid, so I feel honoured, Elfie. X1A, waiting on Steam and Rails for Create 6, so you've seen if people would rather you remove it for now and update. Ah, I got you. Yeah, no, I guess not. I guess it's going to take a little while before all the updates and all the various kind of add-ons and stuff are there. But welcome, everybody. Create was not being your friend. Is Create ever anyone's friend, though? Or at least yours. You, as far as I can tell, you tolerate Create at the best of times. It's never a friend. You lost 600 plus XP when your obelisk fell. Oh no! Can you blacklist the absorption hoppers? Like, can you blacklist the XP obelisk? Oh, that sounds rough. That does sound rough, Elfie. I'm sorry. Oh, we can actually request a whole bunch of blank patterns now. It's so nice. But yeah, for those just joining us, I am Chicheva, primarily a modded Minecraft player, or entirely a modded Minecraft player these days, let's be honest. We're currently playing Monifactory, just starting to get ore processing set up, or starting to think about getting ore processing set up. Mostly I'm just happy now that we can actually craft blank patterns without worrying about it. It's taken a while to get to this point. All right, we need to make recipes for extended ME drives, which I'm pretty sure... Oh, the Fluix plates might be a problem. We can just manually make a few of those for now, I think. Yeah, besides the create issues and the losing all the XP, how was the rest of the stream? Are you making progress, Elfie? Automated? Oh no, you know I don't think I've ever automated blaze cakes before. I don't think I've ever actually done that. So that's something you've done with Create that I never have, Elfie. Right, oh, fuck off. We've got to go do the emitters and everything. Well, the emitters are... Oh, yeah, these are going to be painful to do, aren't they? Or slow, at the very least. That should be fine. I'm hoping we've got enough flawless emeralds to see us through all of this, because if not, it's going to be a pain. To be fair, I'm not the expert at Create you think I am, Ziddick. Or you seem to think I am. Not anymore, anyway. I used to know what I was doing with Create. I haven't really played with it much for a long time, so I'm not really much of an expert anymore. You really want to time? No. You just did, Elfie, and honestly, rightly so. I am impressed. Right, okay, we need to make those. Oh, look at all that extra space we've got now. Lovely. All right, so we've got those in there. What else do we have? I am going to need to sort out more crafting storage as well soon. Wait, hold on. We still need... I'm still a few things short here. I still need... Actually, let's leave that in there and let's just see what we're going to be actually missing recipe-wise. If we wanted to make, say, 8 of these, what recipes are we going to be missing? We're going to be missing squash plates. Fluix plates are coming in. We need to do the blocks of dark steel, and we'll just manually do these plates for now. Dark steel as well is something we have not got a recipe for yet. Use your lesson on the grindstone thing with 3 big cogs. It works really nicely, doesn't it? So the only awkward thing is getting the rotation into the kind of the cog at the back and still making it look good. That's the bit. That's the only bit I struggle with that. Right, alloy smelter. We want to do that. Oh, speaking of which, I kind of need to move all of these alloy smelter recipes over to the new alloy smelter and get rid of that alloy smelter. Because that is no longer needed. Alright, we are going to need to make a recipe for dark steel blocks as well then. You made Spaghetti Junction today? Hey, at the end of the day, Elfie, if it works, that is all that matters. Do you need to go out? Yes, go do what you need to do, all the post-stream stuff. Thank you again for the raid, Elfie. It is appreciated. Have an awesome rest of your day. Right, we can get rid of this now. At least we'll get rid of the interface on there. Look after your flying monkeys. I will indeed. They are hopefully in good hands. Alright, Certus quartz blocks. Okay, they are still made that way. Those through the cutter. There we go. We've got the Fluix plate, and we also need the quartz plates. We're going to need to start kind of passiving quartz soon as well. Okay, right. So, once we can start doing this, we can start... How expensive are the 4K storage components going to be? Not 64K, just 4K. Oh, we can make them cheaper now. Now that we have the... We can do them with just 2 1K storage components now. So for right now, like, I think we can store like 8K items in one partitioned... Yeah, we can store 8,000 items in a 1K partition storage. For most things, that's probably going to be fine for most of the dust at the minute. I think I might just go straight to 4K cells, though, for everything. So then we can at least store 32,000 of everything. And then, obviously, as we progress, we can expand on that. But if we set that up, everything there is already craftable. We do have the HV assembler. Oh, wait, no. Oh, if I remember rightly, that required a clean room, didn't it? Shit. Oh, damn it. I don't want to make a clean room yet, just for this. Don't make me make a clean room. I don't want to do it. I don't even know where I'm going to put the clean room yet. Where the hell are we going to put a clean room, chap? I have no idea. We've got plenty of space for it. Oh, that's actually kind of annoying. We're going to have to deal with the more expensive recipes for now, then. I did that last time I looked at this as well, actually. I missed the whole needing a clean room thing. Honestly, though, for the time being, like, we can largely just put stuff in keep stuff in barrels. But I think for the we'll start with things for like 1K drives. We need overflow destruction cards as well. What are we gonna need for those? 128 LV circuits to make a stack of those. I mean, that's fine, but it's a lot of circuits. I don't know why I'm worried about it. We're not going to be able to make the circuits any cheaper than we can now. Right, have we got everything? Has this gone through everything? It has. Okay, so if we want to make ME drives, we are still missing obsidian dust. What gave us obsidian dust? Was that... That's something we don't have running at the moment, isn't it? Yeah. That's the thermal one. What was giving us coal? That was the creepers. If we switch out the creeper for now... this is actually going to be one of the things as soon as we get to PTFE, I'm going to set up a more permanent setup for the hostile neural network stuff. Now we're just going to wait for the thermal one to come through, wherever the hell I put that. It's 23% accuracy, so it should be fine. I still don't understand how everything's backing up in these, though. Like, the witches are backing up completely. Like, I don't understand how it's happening. Like, realistically, this should... Because these take 3 seconds... Right, these take 3 seconds to process one prediction. These get one prediction roughly every 50 seconds. Right, so that would mean... You should be able to do 16.6666. 16 and a third of these simulation chambers. Unless some of these are faster than others. I assume they're all the same speed. But if some of them are faster than others, then that would make a difference. But we should not be backing up. Like, none of these should be backing up. So I'll then at the minute, be unsure if running through this pack as your first grade pack is worth it over Nomi or GTNH. I would definitely stick with this. Over, like, Monifactory is a fantastic pack. Honestly, so far, I have preferred Moni. And GTNH, I wouldn't use GTNH as your first Greg Tech pack. It's an amazing pack. It's probably the best made Greg Tech pack, but it is definitely not overly beginner friendly. GTNH you play to HP but with a friend? Yeah, I think with GTNH last time I played, I got start the start of EV. I've never actually got past that. I've always had other things come up. But Moni though, Moni is a great pack to play for if you're not used to Greg Tech, because it takes away a lot of the grind of it, and you can just focus on the Greg Tech part of it rather than having to like something like GTNH where you've got to worry about kind of working through like all the magic mods like Thorncraft and going through all the mining and exploration for mining and stuff like that. It's made a lot easier in Monifactory. Although weird things are happening with it at the minute, so I really don't understand why we're... Oh, actually, no, I do know why we're backing up on these. But no, honestly, I would continue with this. It's still in beta, but it is mostly finished. I think there's a few changes coming later on. That should affect things later in the pack, but nothing I would worry about excessively at the moment. But the maths for these is not mathing. I don't know. It's confusing the hell out of me. Because these take 15 seconds to get 30% of a prediction. Right? So, basically, you should need 50... You should get one prediction every 50 seconds per one of these. And these process them at... They take 3 seconds to process. Unless I've got that bit wrong. But it does... Oh, it looks about 3 seconds. It is about 3 seconds. So it doesn't math. The maths doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. This does a little bit at the moment, I guess, just because I was waiting for things to come through here and this got stopped because I hadn't selected an output. Hopefully, once we run through a bit of the backlog... Actually, that's like 32 witch predictions in there. For some reason, it's always the witch predictions as well. Mr. Baboon, welcome. How are you doing? Right, at least we've gone through the shulker predictions in there. I just need to get to the thermal predictions coming through here so that I can start getting obsidian powder. Ah, that's already selected in there. Okay, we're gonna have to take that out of there. Let's leave them there for now. Alright, do I have a space for the obsidian dust in my drawers at the moment? No, I do not. Alright, let's grab a couple of those, and we need a void upgrade. Alright, that'll do for now. Okay, so if I want to make... Well, basically what we're trying to make at the minute is a bunch of extended drives, which we now can do. Excellent. Okay. So we've got the extended drives coming up in a moment. We'll stick those on here. This slot will need to move soon. I've just got to figure out where we're going to move it to. Probably just like the floor above here. I just don't know how big of a floor we want this to be. I'm thinking if we just do it like 9 blocks. Or... Now, let's say like 11 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then to there. And then the next floor will go above... Well, we'll have a little maintenance area here, and then a floor above this. And that will be where we move all the... Probably... Because this entire, like, central tower here is going to be for all the applied energistic stuff, so all the crafting CPUs. When we get the assembly matrix, that will go in here. And all the ME drives, everything like that will go in this tower. So we got to kind of plan for where stuff's going to go. That was not what I meant to use there. Got to decide where we're going to put the crafting CPUs now. Also, I really wish we had advanced AE in this. I don't think it's strictly necessary, really, but it would have been nice. Right, and then we'll do... I think we're doing like 5 blocks. No, 3 blocks for kind of maintenance floors. By the way, one thing I've realized as far as my building in this... That is not the right side. As far as my building in this goes, what I'm going to end up doing, I think, is kind of like we did when we build the actual kind of this base section of the base. What I'll probably do every few weeks or every couple of or every month or so, we'll just take an extended period where we'll just build. Because I'm realizing that I really need to, like, when I'm building, I need to kind of, like, focus just on the building side of it. And not anything else. So when we do that, what we'll probably end up doing is just to kind of build in bursts. We'll do like little bits and pieces like this, but then like the actual main building will all get done in bursts where we'll all do it in one go. Just so I can focus on it. Also, I realized something else I really, really want. Like a feature I would absolutely love to have with applied energistics. I really, really want to have... You know how we've got remote access to all interfaces in the world? Like, that are connected to your ME system. What would be really nice is if you had access to level emitters. Like, if you had like kind of a similar kind of remote access to level emitters. That would be such a nice feature to have. So, you, like, if you wanted to... Like, if you're... Say you're using them to keep a certain amount of items in stock... You wouldn't have to to go all the way over to the level emitter itself, change the amount in there. You could just go to like a level emitter terminal and get it from there. That will be such a nice feature. Oh, we're going to have to turn shaders off, aren't we, for this? Because for some reason, it does not display the preview render with shaders on. Which is a little frustrating. Perfect. I'm actually curious with these. If you have with the ones with the you can put two textures on, if you put the item in your offhand, which side does it put the texture on? Oh, neither. Okay, well, that answers that question. I am a little concerned about how much these framed blocks are going to cause potential lag issues later. Just with rendering of them. Because we are using quite a few. Alright, and then we just need frame slopes. That actually be another nice thing with advanced AE. Having the quantum armor. And the inertia cancellation. Actually, I'm kind of surprised they didn't add advanced AE in. It would have been... At least with the armor, it would have been something comparable to the draconic armor we had from Nomi. You'd at least have had some kind of comparable armor at the end. At least, which wasn't really needed for much, like, as far as combat was concerned, because there wasn't a great deal of combat there. But it was very useful for kind of functionality, because like the draconic armor had the inertia cancellation as well. And it's just like when you're building and flying around and trying to do things somewhat precisely, that drift can really throw you off. Sooner or later, I am going to run out of bit again, aren't I? Especially if I just keep dropping it everywhere. Hopefully, by the time we're done with this... Want to use building gadgets? I don't really like... Honestly, I don't like using building gadgets. I quite like just the process of building and placing blocks. And I find that the just using the building gadget just kind of takes that away a little bit. That what I'm after? I think that's what I'm after. Plus, I do find that using building gadgets kind of leads to me being lazy with building. One of the reasons I tend not to use builders ones all that much either. It's like when you're placing things manually, it can lead to kind of imperfections that can, depending on the style of build, can add like a lot of charm to a build. Obviously, with a kind of more modern build like this, it's less of a thing. You kind of want less imperfections in it because they don't really fit. But in other build styles, it's a lot nice to have them there. Plus, a lot of the time when I'm doing building like this, I'm usually killing time while I'm waiting for something else. So rushing it's kind of pointless. There we go. That is now done. It looks very bland at the moment. We do need to go through and make it look a little more interesting. I'd play on a private server. No, I'm just playing in a single player world at the moment. Which means late game is going to be a bit of a nightmare in this, but hopefully we can get some decent infrastructure set up and not have to worry too much about it. Right, okay. Are our ME drives done? Not even close. Wait. Please tell me that didn't need a fuck. No, that didn't need a clean room. Why is... Where did I put that? Oh, no wonder it's not fricking working. Whoops. Is that just going to actually place them in there now and actually work? Or did I screw that up? Oh, I'm going to have to cancel it and re-request it. No, there we go. Right, so we'll get those coming in. We won't worry about making the... We'll make the drives as we need them, rather than in advance at the moment, because we're still a little... still not overly flushed with circuits. They are passively crafting, but still. Oh, there were a few things I did need to do. I did need to check. I need to check on the gallium foil. We've still got 161 gallium foil left. We're actually doing fine on the gallium foil. That was one of my concerns. We do need to go out and... Once we've got the ore processing set up, we do need to go out and get more sphalerite for gallium. Anyway, speaking of ore processing, what do we actually need to make? And more importantly, where the hell are we actually going to put it? Basic Loops, thank you for the posture check. Appreciate it. Right. I've got to decide where we actually want to put this. Because we're going to have EBFs basically all the way down here. One side of this is definitely going to be used for hostile neural networks and getting our proper setup for that sorted. So probably over in this chunk here or this chunk here, we'll set up the ore processing. Yeah, let's do it in this chunk. There's a few things we're going to have to get. We are going to need probably... I'd like to have 8 HV macerators for this, because each step of the way we're going to have like 4 machines for it. And the problem is, if we use HV macer... Actually, we can use HV macerators and underclock them to MV, can't we? And we should still get the byproduct. Does that work that way? We should still get the byproducts if we underclock it, right? As long as we are using an HV macerator. Have we got anything we can test this with? Uraninite? What do we get as a byproduct from uraninite? It's going to be uraninite, isn't it? Of course it is. But it is uraninite dust, so we can test this. Because basically, I don't want to do the whole thing as HV, because until we get a little bit more... Oh, actually, no, it's not going to make that much of a difference, is it? Because these, even at HV... Like power-wise, it's not going to make a difference, because even at HV, this is only 8 EU per tick. No, sorry, 32 EU per tick. That hadn't updated yet. It's only 32 EU per tick, so it's practically nothing power-wise for these. But let me underclock that again. I want to see if underclocking it does allow me to. The one reason I would want to potentially not do this at HV would be if we wanted the next steps to keep up, and we only keep those at MV for the time being, because we don't need to go above that, and we haven't got huge amounts of power at the minute. We're going to need to double the amount of machines we make to keep up with it. Looks looking like we are still getting the thing. So basically, but if we run this at MV speeds, then when we go through to the next step, so take our crushed uraninite and probably put it through an ore washer like we normally would. Okay, the ore washer is a bad example because the ore washer is going to be faster anyway, provided we use distilled water, which we will be doing. But yeah, that should... Oh, wait, no. It does need to be... It needs to be twice as fast, doesn't it? Because we are basically at least doubling the output. So if this takes 10 seconds to process, this needs to take 5 seconds. The next step needs to take 5 seconds to keep up with it. We don't necessarily have to keep up with it. It would just be nicer if we could. But anyway, then we put that through the ore washer, which would take 5 seconds. Add 64 EU per tick. That's actually not too bad either. And then the purified, we would then probably put through a thermal centrifuge for the most part, which would take 10 seconds, which is obviously double the amount of the last one, so we'd need more thermal centrifuges. But at HV, they would just be too expensive to realistically run at the moment. Basically 1,920 EU per tick for 4 of these. Oh, sorry, 1,920... Yeah, 1,920 RF per tick each one. And then 7,608. That's not as bad as I thought. Not actually as bad as I thought. Do we want to do everything just at H? You know what? I think I'm just going to make everything as HV. And then if we need to underclock it, we can underclock it. That way it just means it's kind of like future-proofed as well. Okay, right. Let's do it that way. Let's do everything at HV. So we're going to need 8 HV macerators. The ore washers. We're going to need 4 of those. We're going to need 4 thermal centrifuges. We're also going to need to make the distilled water. That is the next thing. Distilled water is, unsurprisingly, made in a distillery. And this is probably the better recipe to use. It takes slightly longer, but you do get more out of it. Say we did those at MV, it'd be 4 seconds for 260 millibuckets. If we were running 4 of these 4 ore washers, why can I never find what I'm looking for? If we were at, say we run them at MV, we need 100 millibuckets every 5 seconds, or 400 millibuckets every 5 seconds to keep up with that specifically. So we would need So wait, hang on. How many millibuckets would that be per second? 80 millibuckets per second. And that would be 260 divided by 4, 65. So yeah, we just need 2 distilleries producing distilled water. So that is 2 MV distilleries producing distilled water. And 4 LV ones. Wish we could do the 4 LV. But we may as well do the MV. Are we going to need distilled water for anything else? We might do 4 distilled, like, since we can fit 4 on a 1 amp, with a 1 amp converter, we might well just do 4. It depends if there's any, if there's nothing else that needs distilled water besides this, though. Actually, I think what's probably going to be a better way to do this is to just have the distilled water being made, like, in place. So we'll have the distilled water being made, like, where it's needed. And that way we can just, and then if we need distilled water anywhere else, we can make it there. That way we know we've always got enough. And it's not going to be, if we say store it in our ME system, then output it to the distilleries, it's not going to, if we add more things later on that use distilled water elsewhere, it's not going to take away from the ore processing. It just means that it will always run. So let's do it that way. So let's just do 2 MV distilleries for now. And then we can easily add to that if we need to and if we expand anything. Since we can add up to 4 on there. And then it should be easy enough to switch out between MV and HV later on if we need to. Good luck, Quiet. I'm sure you will not need it. Would a basic reservoir keep up with an MV distillery? We don't have reservoirs in this. Or do we? Are you talking about the Ender IO ones? The end of war things? I know we used to have those. Quiet with the 75 months. Oh, the aqueous accumulator. Or do you mean the actual... I'm pretty sure these ones won't keep up. The water collectors won't keep up. The aqueous accumulator probably won't. But what I will actually do instead is... just to make my life easier, we'll just make infinite water covers. And just use those. Or what I might do is just put one of those on a tank and then output the fluids to the distilleries from there, just so we only have to make one of them. But Quiet, thank you so much. Good luck with the interview. Let me know how it goes. And I will put you in here probably for about the 8th time, knowing Twitch. That is not where you go. There we go. There we go. The Quiet EST girl. Good luck, Quiet. You won't need it. You will be fine. Right. Okay. Let's start getting stuff made. What are we actually going to be struggling? We need to get all the HV components auto-craftable. So at the minute, we've got motors auto-craftable. I'm pretty sure we don't have pistons. Nope, we have pistons. What else are we going to need? Pumps we're going to need as well. I'm pretty sure we actually have the pumps. Although we only need MV pumps. But we have the HV ones anyway. Okay, so we should be fine. Everything we need should be craftable. So, if we make... actually, we're going to have to make the diamonds, the diamond grinding heads manually for now. If we just do... If we're going to need to make 8 of these, that means we're going to need a stack of steel to turn into double plates. I really need to get this this set up so we can request craft it, but it's so fucking slow. It almost doesn't feel worth it. But we do need to do it. There's so much we need to do. It's just trying to get everything done. Does anybody else find this with mod packs? Like especially mod packs like this, where there's so much you need to do and you want to get all of it done like straight away, but obviously you can't, so you got to try and figure out how you got to prioritize things and what needs to be done first, and oh, it's a pain. It's a fun kind of pain, but it's a pain. All right, can we make... Ooh, tempered glass. Oh yeah, that's just glass and things. So we got the arc furnace set up. That's fine. Let's just make recipes for the... Oh wait, we can't really, can we? Oh wait, no, we can. Hold on. We can just upgrade these for now. Never mind, we can't. They're already extended ones. Fuck. Okay. So, extended pattern providers. Oh, we've got our 8 ME drives now as well. Nice. I used to get that with Tentacle Minecrafts. God, that was a different breed of pain. Oh, I've never been able to quite get my head around like the kind of technical vanilla Minecraft. Like I've just never quite been able to grasp it. In fairness, I've never really given myself that much of a chance to try. I struggle so much getting back into vanilla these days. I've been so spoiled by modded. All right, we're gonna need molecular assemblers as well, aren't we? We'll just do basic ones for the time being because reasons, I guess. Just because we're going to be changing this whole setup fairly soon anyway. As soon as we can start making a little bit more black steel. Oh man, cables are my biggest problem right now, I think. Like, cables are 100% my biggest problem. They are so slow. That's something we need to work on. I think the biggest aspect of technical Minecraft that goes unspoken is just the grueling grind aspect. Yeah. I mean, and that's what I dislike about vanilla. Like, I'd love the idea of doing all these things, and I'd love to learn all these things, but if you want to do it in, like, outside of creative and in actual survival kind of setting, then you've got to grind for all of the materials. And early on, especially when you don't have any farms set up or anything like that, it's such a slog to get there. And like, well, you just don't get that with modded. You just don't have that same problem. Like, you've obviously got the complexities in other ways, but like certainly less so. Right. Can I make my molecular assemblers? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Where's my other pattern provider? Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to get these set up with the multi-pattern peer-to-peers. That's going to be a really fun setup to do. It's going to be a very different way to doing to what I normally do when it comes to applied energistics crafting. Do I need to get into these at any point? No, this is not the most efficient way to set these up. I'm aware of it. I'm also not too bothered. Okay, what was I doing that for? Oh, yeah, because I wanted to make... oh, hang on. Are we done here? We are done here. Beautiful. Okay. Let's make our... Let's get some more diamonds. Hold on. Alright, let's make our grinding heads, because I can't be bothered to set that up to auto-craft at the minute. It's going to be easy just to do that. 8 of those, and then if we set this... And of course, the thing that's going to take us forever is going to be the cables. I think I might like. I'm not generally a huge fan of passiving everything. But I think with cables we might have to. Like, it might well be worthwhile just passiving all of the main cables for each tier. All right. Okay. So that's the macerators. That's the ore washers. We need to do a recipe for the tempered glass as well. Right, we should have... I'll finish using the... do I want to finish using the ones I've got? Or do I want to spread... You know what? I'm going to spread these out now. Just because it's going to bug me if I don't do it. Eventually, we will make these more organized, I promise. Because right now, everything is a complete train wreck of a mess. But it works, so... I can deal with it. It's not going to be for too much longer. It's that usual kind of, oh, it's only temporary thing, and then, like, 6 months down the line, it's still exactly the same way. Okay, so we should have the ore washers craftable now as well, and then we just got to do the centrifuges. Is there going to be anything we're going to be missing from the centrifuges? Oh, we need the canthal wire as well. Shit, we haven't got any canthal at the minute. Fuck. Okay. That's something we're going to have to sort out. What do we need for canthal? Chromium, aluminium. Okay, that's nice and easy at least. We just do... We've got so little iron now. I kind of neglected it because we had an iron farm at the start. Oh, we need more chromium as well. This is another reason why we need to get the ore processing set up. But yeah, I neglected iron at the start of the world because... Oh, shit. See, this is why it keeps backing up, I think. Because we've just added that loot fabricator, it's not set up for everything yet. And now we've just got a shitload of gas predictions in there, waiting to make silver. Alright, is our iron done? It is. What have we got in there? Galena. Okay. It's because we needed lead, wasn't it? Right. And canthal... Circuit 1. Okay. And that's going to take about 6 years. While we wait for that, something else that's going to take about 6 years, let's start the macerators going. And do we just start the ore washers going as well? Yeah. Why not? Treat ourselves. Right, let's smelt all of this. Which we can at least now do in the multi-smelter. Although I do need to speed up the multi-smelter a little bit. Before too much longer. Wait, is this are these the ones that you can, like, shift-click them with a diamond or something and get... Like, are these the ender chests that you can expand this inventory? Because I very rarely use these ones. I think they are, but I'm not sure. Anyway, right. With that being said, let's figure out where we want to put these. Kind of thinking we just have them... We'll have like a bunch of towers like this. And then the idea is going to be that eventually we'll have like Because we got 11 blocks here, if we do kind of 4 like that, then a gap, then 4 more, and then we can actually probably move these off the floor just for as an aesthetic thing. Oh, wow. I've got something I can use as a temporary block here. Cobblestone works. Right, so basically what it would do is we'd have the towers come up like 4 like that, and then there would be a gap just for something as a decorative thing. It's not necessarily needed. Then we'd have another 4 there, and then we'd still have a block of space there for more decorative stuff. So that would give us like nice little storage towers, which we will be needing lots of. This is Greg Tech, and there is an insane amount of different materials we need to have storage cells for. Right, okay. How's any of that canthal started coming through? Wait, we don't need to cool the canthal, do we? We don't get hot canthal ingots, do we? No. I was a little bit worried for a second then. Right, we'll start those going through there. We've got a little bit more stainless steel as well. Oh, holy shit, we've already got the 4 ore washers. And, wait. That was so much quicker than I expected. We've already got the 8 macerators and 4 ore washers. Holy shit. We haven't even got the canthal yet to do the canthal wires. Alright, let's get the distilleries set up as well. How do we do the cupronickel springs? We need... Oh, that's easy enough. Okay, that can go in there. Wait, it doesn't need anything above LV, right? No, good. Okay. And then long cupronickel rods. It's nice to be able to have all of this stuff working. And it'll be in the plates one, won't it? 'Cause it's circuit 1, right? I'm pretty sure it goes in circuit 1. And we said we needed 2 distilleries. We do need an infinite water cell. Or an infinite water cover. Can we... We can easily get those auto-craftable as well, can't we? We should have everything we need. Oh, come on. Really? Circuit 7? Alright, we'll have to say... We've got some more assemblers we need to set up anyway, so... if we just make a bunch of them for now... There we go, we've got the distilleries already. This is going... Okay, I'd only planned as far as getting the ore processing set up today. I hadn't really planned what we were going to do past that. So we might be getting to that pretty early at this rate. There's plenty more we have to do though. It's just I haven't planned what we're gonna do. Well, we're still got to go out and get the sphalerite to get some more gallium. That's one thing we need to do. Oh, I still need all of the converters. Well, actually, I need to figure out what tier of converters we're going to need. So we're just going to need a 1 amp for the macerators. For the ore washers... Let's just go with magnetite as an example, because I assume most are going to be pretty much the same. So with the ore washers... 16 EU per tick, so... We're running 4 of them, we are going to need a 4 amp converter for it. Which means we can add more ore washers to it if we need to later as well. But we need to do a 4 amp one for those. I'm going to assume we're going to need a 4 amp one for the thermal centrifuges as well. Yeah, that's basically 1 amp. So we're going to need... 1 amp. No, 2 1 amps, because we've got 2 sets of macerators. And I would like to have these running in kind of in a lot. Basically, we're going to have them set up so we'll have like the first step of the process there, then the second step, then third, then the final step, which would be the other macerator. So the two macerator things, while they could probably go on a single 1 amp converter, they're going to be opposite ends of the production line here. So we kind of need to do, we'll do them on 2 different converters. At least that way, again, we could, they're easily kind of expandable later on as well, if we need to add more macerators. How are we doing for the processors now? I need to make sure, see, we've already like got back up to the full 2 stacks of HV circuits in there. We're almost full 2 stacks. There we go. I love having those things passived. It's so nice. Right, more Canthal. Oh, we've also got a shitload more of the ferrite mixture as well. How long are these taking anyway? 45 seconds each. Ouch. And how many do we need? So 4 for each. 4 for each thermal centrifuge. So 16 ingots in total. Not quite there yet. We're getting there. Wait, do we have any Canthal left over? We had a couple of 2x wires. If we just turn those back into 1x wires. Right, let's see. Did I did put the recipe in there already. Okay. We just need that. I'd like a better way of doing the wires, actually, rather than just doing the 1x cables and then turning them into the whichever multiple of it we need. Basically, I would like to have a wire mill for each of the different tiers, just to make life a little easier. Speaking of which, I need to upgrade the pattern providers for a few of these things, namely wires and probably the lathe. Oh, the lathe's already done. The foils and the fine wires we might need to do soon, but I think it's alright for the time being. Right. How are we getting on with the Canthal? We need 4 more. Perfect. Okay, so thermal centrifuges. We're going to have to get a few barrels as well and a few more stack upgrades for those barrels. And actually, I think I do want to also make a bunch more energetic alloy. Yeah. Because we got 972. We got a little bit. We should have enough. Speaking of which, I would like to make the stack upgrades craftable. And now that we have stainless steel, is it worth making them? These stack upgrades are not all that useful until you get to the tier 5s and the Naquadah alloy. Like 4 times you get 2 of those in there, that's what? 16 times in a slot? I don't actually know how many stack upgrades you can put into a single thing, honestly. I guess we can find out. Alright, and these go... Wait, we can't make these any cheaper in a thing, can we? No. Right, I think I'm going to set these going, then I'm actually going to take my break a little bit early today. Right. But I want to make, say, 16 of these for now. Oh, wait, I haven't done the crafting recipe for that yet, have I? Oh, please. There we go. Probably just going to be easier just to do that, isn't it? To find the molecular assemblers. Right, if we wanted to make 16 of those, how much is that going to use? Holy shit, that'll use 224 of our energetic alloy. Yikes. Hey, and there's our thermal centrifuges. Right, while those stack upgrades are crafting, I am going to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours just to stretch my legs, grab myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. If you have meds to take, remember to take those. It is important to remember these things, and I always forget. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, so where were we? Oh my god. Of course, it's the energetic alloy gears that are taking the time. But this does let me see how many of these we can stick. So we can only put 2 stack upgrades in a barrel. Ouch. That's not a lot of stack upgrades. We can put more in the backpacks, though. I wonder if it's worth using backpacks. No, there shouldn't be any situation where we need to worry about that, I don't think. But, right, what are we going to need? I'm wondering, like, how we want to go about having, like, a bit of a buffer here for things. In case we need it. I have a feeling some things are going to be going faster than others, especially if we put something like redstone through to process. The redstone gives, like, I think, like 10 times the amount that you put into it when you macerate it. So obviously it's going to be a lot slower processing, like, later kind of steps in the process. Hey, Titan. How's it going? So do we want to do this for each step having an input and an output chest? I think that's the way to go. Hyena, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Been a rough day today, but otherwise, but for the most part, I'm pretty good. How I think, I'm glad you're doing okay, though. I was about to ask you how you were doing. I think I already asked that. Right, okay. Has anybody else noticed this in Twitch? Titan, you didn't change your random question. You didn't change the name of your kind of name, the color of your name in Twitch, did you? After that first message, because for some reason it quite often shows people's first message in my chat as one color and then switches it to another one for the rest. It's really weird. Oh, you did change it. Oh, okay. Because I've had that happen in the past where like people's first message has been one color and then it changed. Okay, that makes sense with yours at least then. Anyway, right, what were we doing? I think we are going to do an input and an output barrel for these. Just so we have, like, enough of a buffer for when things start backing up. So, if we've got, at the moment, we've essentially got 4 steps. It'll be going macerator into the ore washer, and the distilleries will be feeding distilled water into the ore washers. And then thermal centrifuge, and then macerator again. So we're going to need 8 barrels then if we want an input and an output for each of them. We have 1 aluminium barrel at the moment. Oh yeah, this is one thing that really confuses me as well. This, like, current workstation does not support recipe. Like, you can't, for some reason, you cannot make these aluminium barrels in here. Same with the steel ones. You can make the regular ones, it's weird. Now, is it possible, can you really do without... Wait, can you really do what without AE2? Are we talking about Monifactory? Can you play through Monifactory without AE2? Probably. But it would be so tedious and long-winded. You could do it. You could do it, but it would just be a lot more of a pain to craft everything. I don't think I'd ever want to do that, honestly. That would be horrible. Alright. Should give us a little bit more canthal. We can make some more canthal coils after, hopefully, with all this as well. Okay, right. We need more barrels. Can we make upgrade kits for our barrels? We can. How did it go, Quiet? Are you feeling positive? Is it possible to beat GTNH without AE2? Again, I don't know for certain with that, but probably. You probably could do it. Right, we can make the upgrade kits for these, can't we? Yes. I think we're probably going to want the basic tier ones. Right, you know what? I need... What do I need to do? We need 7 more of these. I currently have 12 of the basic barrels. So if we make... Recipe for that. And a recipe for that. I'm kind of curious how much... I'm kind of curious how much the stainless steel ones will add to this, size-wise. Also, how do I not have gold plates craftable yet? I have no idea. There we go. Alright. Molecular assemblers. There we go. Right, so if we just make... Does that do basic to aluminium? It does. If we make 7 of... No, wait, hang on. I want to do it to stainless steel, don't I? Speaking of which, we also need more stainless steel. I don't have copper plates either. Holy shit. So many things I haven't got recipes for yet. I'm starting to realise just how much I swear, by the way. It's not good. Right, okay, what am I doing? We wanted 7 of those, and the aluminium one that we've got already, how will we upgrade that? Oh, we just need to do stainless steel. And then two gold plates, right? Right, will it actually let me do it in here? Yeah, but I just can't shift-click it into it for some reason. Right, let's see. Let's compare these side by side. Okay, that's quite a bit bigger. I'm curious how big these fucking things get. Right, we're only at the stainless steel tier at the moment. We've still got... Okay, stainless steel tier is the highest tier. Okay, never mind. That's fine, though. That's a decent chunk of space. I bet you don't think you were prepared as... I thought it'd be... Did it like any other interview? Also, your computer decided to try and have Ruby answer the question because her camera was the defaulted webcam. Yeah, just send Ruby into the interview. People will just kind of employ you just based on cuteness. Of Ruby, of course. Not saying that you aren't. Right, there we go. Doop, 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 and doop. And I did actually make the perfect amount of stack upgrades for these too. I got 8 of those. Well, I'm in the process of making the perfect amount of stack upgrades. Well, I think they just changed them to fit. They changed them to fit the Greg Tech progression, I guess. I'm good at digging, Em. What can I say? But yeah, I'm guessing they just basically wanted to change it so that it's matched the Greg Tech progression. Right, we want to do this over here. Let's try and figure this out. We're gonna put everything. This is actually gonna be really awkward to do. I'll explain in just a moment. Basically, what we want to do, though, is have macerators there. I would like to have a block above there. But what we need to be able to do, and we are going to need a shitload more item cards, by the way, is have the lasers like that, but we need to be able to have the output chest somewhere that we can access still. So I would have liked to have had the output chests like kind of on the front or just to the side, somewhere like that, but I don't think that's going to work. So we'll have to have the output chest there and do the same for the rest of these as well. Now, the difficult bit that I've got to figure out now is... I say difficult. Not difficult, but we've got to figure out how we're going to set this up. Because we need the distilleries to feed into here. I guess we can do that via the laser nodes. It's going to be a little bit awkward, though. Because we're going to have HV power coming up through there, and then MV directly next to it, so we need to make sure we don't accidentally connect up the HV power cables to the MV distilleries. Thinking about it, I probably should have just done HV distilleries. Oh, wait, do the tooltips have the normal name? Oh, yeah, there you go. Diamond to netherite upgrade. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I guess they just changed, like, the localization names of them. Okay, so we need this to go in such a way that... we need a... let's get a fluid drawer for distilled water. You know what? Let's make these craftable. Right. Solidifier. Polyethylene sheet, ingots. Large pipes. And then the rest of this can just go in molecular assemblers. Oh, we've already got fluid drawer anyway. Never mind. Well, we can make more of them now. Okay, so what we want to do is have... we need to be able to see how much of this we've got available. I feel like that wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Like, knowing how much distilled water we have available. But we can't... I don't really want to put it there, because if we put it there, we need to expand this vertically. Bit more of a pain. Have some lunch before you do your other things for the day. Enjoy the lunch. I don't think we need to see this, do we? Not really. And I guess what we can do anyway is we just do that. This is the bit I was concerned about. How, like, it's not getting it to work. That's the problem. It's getting it to look the way I want it to. Because I would have liked to have had... Because basically the way this is going to work, this will be our initial input. This will distribute into the macerators. The macerators will then output to here. And then this will then feed into wherever it needs to go from here. So for the most part, it'll just be going into the ore washers. And then that'll go into the input chest here. Then that input chest will distribute to all of these. And then that will obviously, then that will go into an output. Oh, that's a good point, actually. We still need an output chest there, don't we? That would go into the output chest there from those and then feed into wherever it needed to go, which more than likely would be the next step along, which would be thermal centrifuges. That is not a thermal centrifuge. Be the thermal centrifuges. And then that would output to barrel there for the output barrel. And then the input ones for the final step of maceration would go here. But it makes it a little awkward because there's going to be power cables coming up through the up the back of here to power each of these things. And actually that output probably won't go there. That output will probably go there as the final output. At least this time, like when I went through Monifactory, we had like tiny dusts to deal with. We thankfully don't have that anymore. How they change it into the pirate language, I don't know. I have a feeling they wouldn't change, but I like to think they would. They two would have different cards. Yeah, I don't get me to do pirate voices. Or any voices for that matter. So where am I going to do the distilled water for these? I feel like it needs to be like close by, and we need to be able to get to it. So we need to be able to get to it. Can I do it? I could, but I'm not going to. Is always the difficult bit for me, is getting things to look nice. I guess we'd have to have the fluid draw like there. I guess if we made another draw controller, it wouldn't matter. We could just put we could have the distillation anywhere. Oh, hang on. We can turn shaders back on again, can't we? It's better. Okay, right. Yeah, we could have the distillation towers pretty much anywhere. I would like them to be somewhere down here, though. Anyway, right. Before I get any further, let me set up. Actually, do you guys prefer me playing this with or without shaders, or do you not really care either way? I've never actually asked you guys, I don't think. I know some people like shaders, some people don't. Right, vibrant alloy, so we can use the 1 amp cables. for the macerators. It is a little annoying that I can't really get anything underneath these either, in any usable fashion. And the only way I could do it is if I brought the power cables out and then across, which it just looks kind of ugly. I would prefer not to do it that way. Like it with these shaders, as long as you don't lose info due to things not being compatible. Yeah, the only thing I've noticed with that is when we've got... was it the batch rendering thing turned on? Some things go a little weird. And like if we have the batch renderer turned on, some things go like really dark in here. Yeah, like certain things just look a lot darker. Yeah, you can especially tell it on those. But if you turn it off, certain things become difficult to see. Although that's only a very kind of small case of when that happens. Alright. Let's do a few more of those. Right, so where are we going to get our distilleries in here? I guess we could arguably move the whole thing across and just put the distilleries in the beginning, like at the start of it. I move it all over by a block or so. I think that might actually be what I do. It's annoying having to do that and go through and move everything, but I think that's actually the better option. If we move everything over, I think would just one block be okay? I think one block would work. Because there are going to be other things we're going to need to put in here in terms of ore processing, but they're things that are going to be kind of more niche case things, and they're going to be a little bit awkward as well. Like things like the centrifuges. They quite often take like a specific amount of items. Like, it's not just one item going in. It takes like kind of 6 or 5 or like varying amounts of items. I might get rid of these exoskeleton legs, by the way. The step assist thing is kind of bugging me. The extra speed is nice, but not being able to, as far as I can tell, not being able to turn off the step assist is a little frustrating. I really hope this is going to work with just a single block over. It should do. So we'll have those there. What would be the easiest way to do this? We do it like that, and then have the distilleries on top. That should work. Yeah, I think that should work. All right. That's one lot of macerators. Two lots of macerators. Okay, and then we do need some energetic alloy cables as well. We just need 1 amp for these, don't we? Good afternoon, Banana. How goes it? It's going all right. Not going too badly. We're just trying to get ore processing set up at the moment. Right, that should work. I almost feel like I should have put that in the center of the chunk, though. But there's bound to be more things we need to do over on that side, so... Okay, so we need to make sure we put the right things on the right things here. That's the 1 amp MV. That will be 1 amp HV, 1 amp HV. And then these will both be 4 amp HV. Beautiful. Okay. And I am gonna probably need more. Probably gonna need more covered cables. Where's the center point in here? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, and that should be the center point. Okay. Phone calls made, appointment set up. Now to wait a little bit before you go places. Where have you got to go to today, Quiet? This is also really awkward that this doesn't quite reach to there. I think what I might do with that, though, since we are okay with 45-degree angles, if we put one there and then go across from there, that should be fine. Right, and then next to there, next to there, next to there. And then the next thing, I think I'm just going to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can get it there. I don't have any power card, like energy cards anymore. I think that's actually one thing we need to do, like, now-ish, is get all of the cards craftable. Because we are in desperate need of lots of them. Okay, so, especially item cards, actually. Those are the biggest thing we need right now. And we might be a little short on pulsating iron. And then we'll do fluid cards. Energy cards. And redstone cards. Pulsating iron is going to be a little bit of a pain, though. I think I'm going to have to put a bunch of this uraninite through to process while we're doing this. While we're setting up the ore processing. Okay. If we make another, say, 16 energy cards for now, and we'll make another stack of item cards if we can. We can. Beautiful. Right. There's the energy cards. Put that away. We can put that away. What are we waiting for on these? Tin plates. Obviously. But we are going to need a ridiculous amount of cards for this. There would arguably be an easier way to set this up if we, or potentially set this up if we use subnets. If we just use a subnet for it. But I really don't want to do that. I quite like using Laser IO for setting stuff like this up. It just works really well. Right, we've got 38. We've got enough to get us going for now. Okay. So, first things first, let's get the energy cards in these. And then slowly hook these things up and expect at least one thing to explode on us at some point. So far, so good. Oh, we also need the infinite water cover, don't we? We need the infinite water cover. What else do I need? There's something I realized that I needed when I came over here. Oh, we need a barrel of some kind. We should have that aluminium one. Or drum, rather. Because what we'll do, we'll feed the water into the drum with the infinite water thing. And then we'll feed it from there using laser nodes into the actual distilleries. Hey, random. How's it going? Alright. put that on there. We could have just done, I guess, 2... You know what? Let's just do 2 infinite water covers. Fuck it. Rather than distributing via the barrel. It's just, like, more things that need to be done in those laser nodes. Oh, actually, speaking of which, that's another thing I haven't done yet. I need to... Oh, I still haven't got the... Okay, I need to set up the bending unit for this. In the very near future. Because we need to be able to make double plates. I've been kind of holding off doing that. Oh, and we can't do that yet either, so... Or we can do it, we just haven't got it set up to be done. AK, how are you doing? Is that done already? That's done already. Nice. Okay, right. We can do away with this. We do still need to... Actually, you know what we can do? Instead... Let's move things around a little bit. Let's put a distillery... I can't do it on the floor. Let's put a distillery there. The fluid drawer there. And then we'll do infinite water cover there, infinite water cover there. And what do we need to do circuit-wise? Circuit 1 on both of these. Circuit 1. I keep clicking on the wrong things. Circuit 1. And that will output to the distilled water to there. And that will give us distilled water. I don't know if I need to... I don't think I need to expand the storage on that at all. It is a little annoying that that is not directly next to the ore washers. That's kind of going to bug me, but I think it's going to be fine. Right, connect all of that up. All of those. And then let's start... Oh, we haven't got any fluid cards anyway. God damn it. Alright, we need a few of those too. A few more item cards, which is good. We do need those. We just do another 16 of those as well. We just need... We need 5 for now. Just one more. There we go. That'll work. Okay. So we need to extract from there. And we will do that on... Are we going to need more filters? No, I think we're going to be fine. Actually, we probably will need a few more filters. And then this will... Let's do it on the bottom one first. Right. Filter for distilled water. Orange. We then clone that card. I'm hoping that we don't need to put any speed upgrades or overclocker upgrades into this. We'll do that. We'll set that to round robin. It's going to take a minute. Like I wanted to get that set up now because that's going to take a little while to kind of fill everything up. Because this is not ridiculously quick. But it should be more than enough to keep up with what we need. Right, so if we now... Let's hook everything up now before we do anything else. Just to make sure that nothing is going to explode on us. Alright, that's good. Shouldn't be anything exploding on us, but you never know. Alright, everything has power. Okay, so this is going to be our main input chest. As well, we'll just put all the raw ores or the ore blocks or the kind of the raw ores or the ore blocks or anything like that will just get dumped into here and then distributed from here into these four. Which I actually don't know how much long that's going to take. We might need to I might need to get a few overclocker upgrades. Just for the distribution of these things. But if we can make... Can we make 16 of them? Oh, we're missing electrum plates. Okay. Thought it was a gold plate we were needing there, but... apparently not. Alright, can make 16 of those. Perfect. Okay. Do I still have my... Oh, I've lost my extra thing. Yeah, that. Terminal. I knew I'd leave this somewhere. I had an extra terminal somewhere. I don't know where I've attached it. Where the fuck is it? I've got no idea. It's definitely not in here, right? Oh, it is in there. Okay. Oh, no, that's plan access terminal. That's not what I need. Oh, it is there. I'm just going blind. This doesn't actually help us right now because we haven't got an ME cable to attach this to. Right, temporarily. There we go. Alright, so we were looking for overclocker upgrades. There we go. Right, okay, so what this needs to do is we need to be extracting from here. We'll do this on channel 1. We're going to be using different, like, a bunch of different channels for this. This will go on channel 1, go on extract, and it will go to true, although we're going to turn that off for a moment. And each of these is going to need to insert on the orange channel. We're going to need to use, I think, 2 channels for each of these steps. Although, hold on. Do these have... We could set up filters on these for, like, raw materials. I think I'd rather, for the time being, at least do it without filters. But that will output from input on orange, and then it will output on channel 2. And then this will input on channel 2. And then from there, it will extract to wherever it needs to go. So it's going to extract from there on channel 3, and then for the most part, it will be inserting into here. And then that will distribute into the ore washers, which are not quite full. We're going to have to give that a minute still. Yeah, then that will extract from there on channel 3. And then, for the most part, we'll go straight into here. But if anything needs to go elsewhere, we'll hook it up to this laser network. And then we'll just filter for whatever needs to go elsewhere. And put it on a higher priority. Wherever it needs to go. But this will be inputting on channel 3. So for the time being, like, everything's going to go into here. And then that will output on channel 4. Which we're actually going to do... a 1-1 on those, because otherwise it's going to... I'm actually going to need a lot more overclocker upgrades, aren't I think. That's fine, though. But if we put those into there, that should distribute into those. Output from there into there. Uh-huh. And then that's going to need to extract... Yeah, we're going to need more... overclocker upgrades. Hold on. Which means I think we were going to be short on electrical steel for those. Or electrical steel double plate. Yeah. If we just manually make a bunch of those for now. You want an industrial looking shader for money? What would you class as an industrial looking shader? That is on the wrong side. That should be there. Right, and then this is going to insert on channel 4, right? Like foggy or moody. That'll be kind of cool. I know there are a few shaders like that. I can't remember the names, though. Right, then that will distribute into all of those. Something that looks like you're polluting the world. But there's absolutely no pollution whatsoever with Greg Tech. How could all this industry possibly cause pollution? Problem with moodier shaders is that they... Oops. They're tailored for horror mods and make the darkness super dark. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Alright, and then this will output into here on channel 5, right? It's going to get really confusing with the channels, but... Oh, wait, no, we don't need that in there, do we? Yeah, so that will output there. That will output and feed into there on channel, whatever the green channel is. 5, then channel 6. We'll extract from there. I need a lot more things. Overclocker upgrades, that's the one. That one's all super bright and colourful, yeah? Wait, hang on. California just hit a new level of stupid with their laws. They're pushing for a plan called Grading for Equity. where they lower the percents needed for each grades. What the fuck? That's interesting. Are they just kind of wanting to... Why not just do away with the entire education system at that point? Like, if rather than making people smarter, we're just going to make the standards lower. Like, what the shit? That seems really weird. Not going to lie. Alright, channel 7. I mean, the stupidity of people these days, like, nothing surprises me anymore. Outlines how traditional grading can reinforce socioeconomic disparities and proposes alternative strategies for more equitable assessment. Is this kind of like branching off the whole, oh god, what was the whole thing? Like the thing with education thing. I know what I'm trying to say. But I can't explain it, apparently. Have we still not filled these up yet? We're almost there. Aiming for a population that only believes that what's on X or Facebook, unless lets other people tell them that 2 + 2 = 5. Yeah, the world is fucked. I'm sorry, the world is fucked. Just as a whole, we are fucked. All right. And then that will insert into here. This might seem like overkill, like rather than just extracting into the the input chest of the next place. This may seem like overkill, but it's gonna be worth it in the long run. Trust me. Right, that's channel 8.
Here's all.
Crafty, welcome. How are you doing? 33 months. Let me get some love and hearts in chat. How are you doing, Crafty? And what's your IGN again? Because I am numpty and cannot remember. It's crafty_sloth. Thank you. There you are. I remember the skin. Didn't remember the name. There you are. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You get to stand next to Quiet as well. It's always a nice place to be. And above Love in Life. Retreat into modded Minecraft, where things are mostly rational. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to call them rational, but they are at least understandable. Right, now we're up to channel 9, so that's extracting from there on channel 9. Do I have my overclocker upgrades now? I do. Lovely. Okay, so that's extracting on channel 9. Wait, did I set this up right? 1. No, I didn't. 1, and that also needs to be on round robin. That needs to be on round robin, and that needs to be on round robin. Alright, and that's extracting from there on channel 9, and then that will go into the input on channel 9. And then we'll extract from there. I feel like I've messed something up here. So that'll be extracting on channel 1. And then that's extracting from those on channel 2 and inserting into there. Then extracting straight from there into here. Which should be inserting on channel 3. Which it is. And then extracting on channel 4. These will be inserting on channel 4. And extracting on channel 5. I'll be inserting on channel 5. Extracting on channel 6. That's inserting on channel 6 and extracting on channel 7. That's inserting on channel 7 and extracting on channel 8. That's inserting on channel 8 and extracting on channel 9. That's inserting on channel 9 and extracting on channel 10. Okay, good. Right, we are right. Right, and clone the card. Oh, but this is... Oh, I've just realized there's going to be some slight differences here that I need to think about. Because we're going to get things like stone dust in places, I think, that I need to deal with. And byproduct... We're going to be getting stone dust and we're going to be getting byproducts that... We're going to be getting byproducts that are... Oh, shit. Yeah, I've just realized this is going to be a slightly messed up. I'm going to have to rethink this a little bit. I'll explain what I mean in just a moment. Let me just set this up. And then, anyway, this is going to be extracting on channel 11. And inserting into here on channel 11. Actually, no, we're going to insert into here on... hold up. Since this is our final output point, channel 15, because the channel 15 is always our final output of anything, or at least wherever it can be. Okay, so the thing that's going to cause the problems here, and why I'm going to need to add some filters into here, and probably tag filters, is when we macerate, for example, let's use, again, magnetite as an example, we're not just going to be getting the stuff that goes into the next step. We're also going to be getting the final dusts, like the forged dusts. So basically what we need to do is have 2 outputs on every one, either 2 outputs of every one of these, or have a bunch of different input cards on here, because we need to feed we only need to feed the crushed stuff into we only need to feed the crushed stuff into the next barrel. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just void all of it. I mean, why not? Who needs resources anyway? Or just go back to living off the land. Might kind of defeat the idea of the pack, and it might make progression a little bit slower, but you know. At least we'll be greener. Except for all the emissions from voiding everything. Maybe. Hey, now we're backing up on that. Perfect. Hit tree simple. Exactly. Let's just go back. To be fair, that's Quiet's kind of general thing. Quiet likes the starts of packs. So she likes the tree. I think she likes the tree punching bits. Right. Okay. Quiet just likes to return to nature, apparently. Yes, I'm aware I can only put 2 stack upgrades in there. Stop telling me. I mean, I guess I could just stop trying to put more than 2 in, but... Where's the fun in that? right. Hey, you've still got to hit trees in money. Not for very long, but like... how do we do this then? How do we set up the filtering for this? No, creator's not in the pack. Well, you can... It has compatibility set up for create if you want to add it. They've got like scripts to kind of Gregify all the create recipes. If you want to add it in, but I chose not to. Do we just do this on a single channel and filter everything instead? I don't like the idea of doing that, though. Although it's also not the worst idea. Although it does make it difficult later on if we want to route certain things to certain places. Oh, well, what are they called? The weighted ejectors. That sounds like a good plan. How am I going to do this? I think we just need... Right, if I filter... If we will put all the outputs will be going into here, right? So all we need to do is just send another output. Hang on, can I make tag filters at the moment? Because that's the one great thing about GregTech. Everything is nicely tagged. Actually, let's make a recipe for those. So it makes doing stuff like this relatively easy. That's the tippy top of the massive, terrifying iceberg. It's not as terrifying as you think. I mean, I say that from my perspective because obviously I've done this a lot, so it's like I find this is the kind of thing that I find easy to do. I'm also, now that I've got this to the side, I'm kind of regretting having this extra block space here. I'm not going to move it, but I am regretting it. Okay, right, so with these, this will only be outputting... the crush door. Oh, yeah, this will only be outputting the crush doors, right? And then on the inputs of the next step, we can always blacklist certain items or whitelist certain items, but that should now only output the forged crush doors, not the dusts. And then if we set this one with the tag filter, if we just say grab the iron dust as an example, that click in the right place, chat. Come on. If we just output forged dusts, that should all output all of the forged dust into there. So if we... Let's just test this for a moment. Do we have any crushed things? No, of course we don't. Why would we? I haven't got any of the stuff I actually need right now. Oh, I'm also got some iron dust there, which shouldn't be there. Should be in there. Okay, let's just put some uraninite through. And see what happens. So if we put that into there, set that to output, that will all start going. And macerate everything. And then it's washing it. And then it's going over to the thermal centrifuge, although it's not. Ah! Stone dust is getting in the mix there a little bit. Right, what is stone dust tagged as? Forged dust. Okay, so that's gone a little weird. Right, let's... I wish I could turn... Is there an easy way to turn this on? Turn this off? Right, that shouldn't output now. Right, that was a rather scuffed test. Okay, so we put all that lot into there. And that should output only forged dusts. So the forged dusts should be going into here. But for some reason, they are not. Oh. Because I'm a moron. And I set it to insert. Oops. Okay, so that should put those final outputs to there. This did not seem to... Yeah, well, I didn't have that on round robin. So if we put that into there now... And we still got the uraninite and the stone dust in there. Those should not be output from there into anywhere else. They should only ever go into there, which is where they're going. Okay. Glad you, hang on. What did I miss? Glad you can reload prior saves because you just loaded into your Rimwell colony to have a pawn die? Oh dear. Whenever you mention pawns, it always makes me think of chess. Right, so this is going through all of those, and it is outputting the crushed uranites there. And outputting the dust to there. Okay, so that seems to be the way to go. He turned on a horror shade and then immediately went to grab cassiterite. Sand underwater. Hold on. Let me see. Welcome back, Em. Oh, that's quite cool. That does look pretty nice. Alright. Now, this might seem like a lot of overkill at the moment. But hopefully, this should, or once we get all this working, this should be fine. So we are going to need another extraction on there on black. And that's... Actually, what we can do is we just put that back in there. If we just copy that one, we're going to need one of these on each of these outputs. Except on that one. And then these, what are we going to be outputting from these? From the ore washer. So from the macerators, they'll go from there. Then the ore washer output will be there. And that will be outputting what? I'm assuming purified. Yeah, purified. These purified ones, to be precise. What are those ones? Purified dust. Okay. But yeah, that will be purified ores. So that will only output purified ores into there. And that will only output any dusts into there. Okay, alright, and then this is going to be same thing, that will only output forged dusts. And this will only output what? So from the purified, it will then go on to thermal centrifuge, which will give us the refines. I did set that up right. Yeah. Okay, right. So that should be everything. Which thing? There was something I stopped working here. It was this one, wasn't it? Okay. There we go. Now, hopefully nothing should go into the wrong place. So we've got thorium dust in there, which we don't really want in there. That shouldn't be a problem now. And then we set that to extract. Round robin. We have not got enough overclock cars, but that's fine. GregTech doesn't really have mobs, so I think you're fine, Quiet. There we go. That seems to be pretty much working. So if we grab a bunch more uraninite for now, whack that into there, that will process all of that. How are we doing power-wise when this is running? Oh, speaking of which, one thing we do need to do is get more power coming into here. Oh, we're doing fine power-wise. Becky, how are you doing? Oh, by the way, Becky, anyone who plays Phasmo, it looks like the new update is coming at the end of next month, or towards the end of next month, where they're adding, I think this is the one where they're adding the new evidence type. Like the sound evidence and changing the whole photo system and stuff. There we go. See? Put raw ores in, get dusts out. Perfect. Alright. I think that's good. Obviously, we're going to have to expand on this. Like, there are certain things where we are going to want to process them in a slightly different way. So I can't think of anything that we might want to do that. But things like redstone are actually going to be a little bit of a pain with this. That's the reason why we've got so much kind of storage, in between things. Because these give like 10 times the amount of things there. Oh, I also need to... There's also going to be gems that I need to add to all those extract ones. Because we're going to get like cinnabar gems and stuff like that in there as well. Quest, how you doing? Right, have I got anything in here that we can test this with? I haven't got any redstone, weirdly. Ah, there we go. I thought I had some. Let's put most of that in there. And then just take a couple of stacks. You're tired? I can relate. Yeah, it's still going to take time to go through all of this, but it's going to be a lot quicker than it was before. I do wish we could have better stack upgrades in here, though. I wonder, do I want to keep stone dust at all? Not too bad, Tides. So much to brain the last few weeks. Hopefully you get a little bit of respite soon, Becky. And everyone else who's struggling. How's my SevTech playthrough going? It's taken a bit of a back seat for as of last night. I've got to age 5 and working on the creative items, but it's painful. It's got to a point where it's getting painful. And I just need to kind of take a little bit of a step back from it for a while. Because I'm going to need to redo so much of my base. Yeah, the paperclip singularity is one of the things that I will definitely not be doing in the playthrough. At all. Because there's paperclip singularity. The paperclip singularity takes 10,000 paperclips for each one. The paperclip singularity takes 10,000 of the previous ones. So basically, and you need to make 2 of them. So basically, that's 10,000 times 10,000, which is 100 million times 2. You need to make 200 million paperclips. Each paperclip recipe, assuming you have enough lubricants, it makes 8 of them at a time. And it's 16 RS, 8 of them at a time, so that's 25 million recipes. Each recipe takes 512 RF at 16 RF per tick. So 32 ticks, or 1.6 seconds. So 25 million times 1.6. Hold up. Times 1.6 seconds. 40 million seconds it would take with a single machine. Which is 666,666 and 3 2/3 minutes, or 11,111 hours, or 462.9 days to craft them. And this is what makes me think that a lot of pack devs don't play their packs or try them out. They just think, oh, this is a cool recipe. Let's make this like ridiculously awesome recipe that's going to take so many resources. And they're not thinking the slightest about how long it's actually going to fucking take. And that is 462 days with it running constantly. 400, yeah, you make 463 machines, yeah. We all know, for anyone who's been here for a little while knows how I feel about spamming lots of the same machines to do things. Real days. That is 462.9 real days. With a single machine. Not to mention the fact that there's also the Death Compass Singularity, which also takes 10,000 Death Compasses. Now, I haven't died yet in my Sevtech Ages world. At all. This is in Sevtech Ages, by the way, so there's no overclocking, Reese. There is the Horologium ritual. From Astral Sorcery. But that doesn't seem to have a huge effect. Well, he did make one that wasn't completable in a reasonable time. Which I had to get him to change. That was the one for, what was that for? Jay, what was that for? Alf Steel. That was like ridiculous, but like it just a lot of, I think pack devs just look at it and think, oh, this will be really cool. The thing is though, Dark Costo probably has a server running. If you're playing on a server, it's a little easier. If you're not, it's basically just don't fucking bother. And it's just kind of, it just feels like a kick in the teeth getting to the end of the pack and then seeing that that is what you need to do to complete it. I mean, admittedly, the pack was made for Sevidus originally, and I think he wanted it to be like ridiculously long-winded and what have you. So it was made for him and not for like the general public. But still, it just feels like a kick in the teeth a little bit. Anyway, this seems to be working. Now, the difficult bit now is we need to be able to store all this stuff. And that is where the problems are going to come in. I do want to make 2 of these stack upgrades, though. But yeah, that's kind of, that put me off. Like, but the thing that I found with it, like, I originally quite liked the idea of the staging and only being able to see what your what you can do at that time, and like all the other recipes and items in JI are hidden until you reach the correct age. But it means that you can't plan for anything. You can't set up, because you don't know what you're planning for. You can't set up production for to get yourself ready for late game, which is what I normally do in packs. It's the kind of thing we're doing now. Is that as I play through a pack, I set up infrastructure to make the late game easier. You can't do that so much with SevTech Ages because you don't know what the late game is going to entail until you get there, unless you go into a creative world, which kind of ruins it a little bit, I find. But yeah, because of that, I've kind of put it on the back burner for a little bit until I've got the mental headspace to get into it and to actually do it. Yeah, actually, that's a good point as well, Freefall. Yeah, you can only do so much because so much of it is locked until you get to that point. And also going through the whole of the progression of extra planets and galactic craft was a bit of a ball ache, to say the least. Right. Now, we've got the actual processing sorted out. What we've got to figure out now is what we're going to do with the final products and how we're going to set all this up, because the idea eventually is, as we've said, everything is going to go into storage cells. But the best we can get at the minute, I think, is... Wait, can we even get to 16k? Oh, we can get to 16Ks now. I think we need to get a clean room set up. Just so we can make cheaper storage components. I think that's what we need to focus on next, is getting the clean room sorted. Because at least that way, like, as it stands at the moment, we can only make the storage components, like, with this recipe. Which requires 3 of the previous tier to make it. Whereas if we go with... If we can get a clean room up and running and get an HV assembler in there, we can do it for 2 of the previous tier. Which makes it considerably nicer to do. And then you can get 64Ks once we get to EV circuits. But yeah, like, if we can just get 4K storage cells for everything for the time being, we can upgrade those, like, later on. But, oh yeah, also, what's replaced SevTech Ages is I've started Star Technology again. I started that last night. There we go. That is working. Let's see how much this backs up when we put the redstone in. Because this is obviously, we're going to get 10 redstone for each one of these, plus the cinnabar, which that shouldn't go anywhere. We are going to have to set it up so we can put the cinnabar into here as well, and all the gems into there. But yeah, that's all processing. Alright. Have we got... We're still waiting on these. Why are these taking so long? Wait, why are these taking so long? Hold on. Oh. Oh. Oh, I've just realized what's going on. We aren't able to output enough power because these are only outputting 8K FE, and we're obviously using more than that. Okay, that's fine. That is fixable. I think if we just do that and that and that. There we go. And we'll do another one as well. Nope, we do not want to stock that. Ah, damn it. Pick the right frickin' thing, Chach. Jesus. And then we will do one extra one just to... Oh, no, we won't because we haven't got any more of the thing for the minute. But that should fix that issue. I had a feeling we were going to run into that soon. I'd hoped it would be not quite so soon, but... We are still not getting... Oh, right. I think the problem is these... So that's 1,024 EU per tick. Oh. Yeah, these are the problem. HV ones are 480 EU per tick. That's... What? 480... 960... 1,920 EU? No, that shouldn't be causing any problems. What the fuck? Huh. Why are you being a pain? Okay. I think it was just filling buffers for other things, maybe. I was concerned about that, though. We are using quite a lot of power now. We could do with some more power storage. Right, those should at least be working now, right? So I have no idea how Laser IO works. It's so worth figuring out. Dal, how are you? Did I say hello yet, Dal? I saw you come in. I think I got sidetracked. I don't know if I actually said hello yet. But hello, how are you doing? It's good to see you, man. Ah, right, okay. To be fair, I had said I was going to underclock a lot of this stuff, didn't I? Not this stuff. That's not what we're looking at. Where was it? It's over here, isn't it? I did say I was going to underclock a lot of this stuff. And yeah, this is why I had the backup. I had all this extra storage space. Because, like, when you process things like redstone, it gives a shitload out of it. And now we're getting so much stuff in here, like glowstone, rare earth, cinnabar dust, a whole load of stone dust. Not a huge amount freefall, but it is used in a couple of things. Which is why we want to keep some of it. We can centrifuge it for a few bits and pieces, but not really anything worthwhile. Mostly, I think you need it for like liquid concretes and drilling fluid. But you don't need a ton of it. Like one stone dust will give you 5 buckets of drilling fluid. What is it with my internet connection and it not liking Imager or Reddit? Hey, Ramilla. Hey, Gil. How you doing? I gotta get some things sorted out. Okay, right. Let's get some more of the overclocker upgrades. These ones. Ah, there we go. We've got 2 of those. Yeah, I was definitely a little concerned about that. Right, so one of those will get us 4 of those. So 6 iron plates, 2 vibrant alloy. Cables. No, it's not to do with that freefall. It's just it just kind of it's like it basically just cancels the connection. I don't know why it does it. It does it with Reddit as well. It's like it's being blocked somehow, but I don't really know how or why, because it shouldn't be. All right, let's just make sure we have enough power output from here. So that should be, we should be able to output 16,000 RF per tick from each of these. Right? So 1632, so roughly around about 48,000 RF per tick, which is slightly more, I think, than we're making. But that's fine, because we shouldn't be using that much. Alright, where were we? Oh, we are actually using more distilled water than we're making as well. Like, this was supposed to be able to keep up. But I think we were saying it was going to keep up at MV, so I think I am going to underclock all of this besides the macerators to MV. It's going to make it twice as slow, but that's fine. We're at the minute, the whole idea with this at the minute is just that we dump the ores in, it processes them, and we just come back to it later and grab what we need, or just leave it in there. There we go, that's a little better. We can now get 1,024 on in each stack. I think for now, I might put a void upgrade in there if I can. And void the stone dust. Void overflow and allow stone dust. Actually, what I'd like to do is put the stone dust in that first slot. And just keep that there. Okay. Wait a minute, why did you not void that stone dust? Was that extra stone dust from before? Why are you not... Oh, right, works in GUI as well, okay. Okay, that's better. Turn it off again now. Okay, there we go. Right, stuff is happening. We are looking reasonably good. This should be keeping up once we refill these again. That should be backing up on... I think I am going to put a buffer in there and add a few storage upgrades to that drawer. That's probably a reasonably good... Where the fuck did they go? Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Probably going to be a reasonably good idea. Alright, so we should be able to store 512 buckets in there now. Which hopefully, once it's gone through all this stuff, it will start backing up. But this should have been able to keep up with it. It uses 100 millibuckets per operation, so it should be 100 millibuckets every 5 seconds. It should be 100 millibuckets every 5 seconds. We should be or what's that, 80 millibuckets or something like that? 100 millibuckets divided by 5. Wait, no, 5 divided by 100. Wait, no, hold on. 100 millibuckets every 5 seconds. So 20 millibuckets per second. I don't know why that took me so long to... No, it's 400 millibuckets, isn't it? So, yeah, 80 millibuckets per second it needs to be making. And this is making 260 millibuckets in 4 seconds. 260 divided by 4. 65 millibuckets per second. We've got 2 of them. That should be producing 130 millibuckets per second. So why were we not keeping up with it? I guess when it was doing it at HV, it was going to be using twice as much, which should actually just have been keeping up with it. But it wasn't, so strange. Hey, Chloe. The fact that this isn't keeping up at all is very concerning. Oh. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. I know why. Because they take almost 1 amp of each of them, and I've only got a 1 amp converter going through there, so... Whoops. That was my bad. That's easily fixed. How are we doing for processors? Yeah, we're still keeping up with restocking those. How are we doing with the plastic circuit boards, actually? Are we still... Oh, we're doing fine with those. They are doing absolutely fine. Okay, right, let's get this switched over. Alright, no worries, Tribble. Enjoy the food. Alright, so we just got to replace that with that.
Oh, I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Bastard. Have to cook. Alright, no worries, Dal. Enjoy the food, man. Right, now that should actually keep up. It'll take a minute to obviously refill all of those, but that should keep up. Chad always makes me hungry. Okay. So, I think we're good. Going to see Complex Minecraft mod pack. It's definitely somewhat complicated, but welcome. I hope you're well. Right, have we got anything we need to really worry about here? No, but the general gist of things here is that this is working. And we should... We'll give that a minute or two, but we should be starting to get stuff through there. Right. So, next thing we need to do, and the whole, like, a large part of the point of doing this, was we need to go out and get some more sphalerite. Oh. Wait, can I not? Can I fit any more things in my tool belt? Can I? I think I can fit some more things in my tool belt. I could if I had some leather. Oh, we're actually not going to be able to get much rotten flesh anymore to make leather, are we? I've also lost my atomic reconstructor. I definitely had one. I know we moved the one from there over there. But I had an LV one, I'm sure of it. Ah, there it is. We just put it away. There we go. All right. Right. Can we fit more tools on our tool belts? Yes, we can. Rip anvil. I remember seeing streams about similar time Minecraft mod packs made for older Minecraft versions and other Minecraft streamers. There are a lot of older, like Greg Tech based packs. Things like Greg Tech New Horizons is one that's quite common to see. That's an absolutely fantastic mod pack as well, actually. Alright. Velvet cables. Okay, let's go and see if we can find some sphalerites. Greg New Horizons is one of the few 1.7.10 packs still being maintained. It is. And it is an amazing mod pack. Let's see how far you can reach in a mod pack. It's definitely one hell of a slog getting through it. But it's fun. I've only personally made it as far as just getting to EV. The start of EV. Wait, where's my my prospector's in here, isn't it? Right, we are looking for sphalerites. There's some up this way. The thing is, we need to find. It's usually found quite low with sulfur. We've gone too far. Oh, well, yeah, it's going to be under the lava, isn't it? We want to be away from a lava lake, realistically. I do love the fog effects in the nether with shaders, though. Especially with these shaders. I don't know how well it's showing up on stream, but it does look very cool. Why is there so much lava everywhere? And no sphalerite. Or at least no sphalerite anywhere where there's not shitloads of lava. Oh, hang on. What are you? Sulfur. Oh, this should be sphalerites. Oh. There's tiny amounts of sphalerite. Do we want to do this? Yeah, I guess we do. Where's the sphalerite layers? Or are we just going to have to get lower down for this? Oh, look, there's the lava. Am I going in the wrong direction here? Am I just following the direction the veins are going? I am, aren't I? Yeah, we need to go over this way. Sphalerite, there we go. Right, I think the easiest way to do this is actually going to be like this. Since we really only want the sphalerite. Mine it in a slightly more controlled way. Because we really don't need any of the sulfur. Like, we can get sulfur for days. Really just the sphalerite we want. Ouch. Magma blocks burn, apparently. Who'd have thought it? I'm still waiting for that point where we come across the lava and it just starts cascading down on my head. I'm sure that point's coming. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. We found netherite. Or ancient debris. Ah, yeah, that'll go great. If only I'd remembered to bring my bucket of water. Oh, there it is. Not my bucket of water, though. Just the lava. I knew we'd run into it eventually. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Right, let me grab some of that instead. Liquid mac and cheese. Just nowhere near as tasty. Ah! I don't know if I'm actually getting any of this stuff that I'm mining through the lava here. Any more up this way? Oh, there's the small sphalerite. I think it goes on kind of like an angle, doesn't it? This little, the little sphalerite bits. It's not like a straight line across. The sooner I can get away from this manual nonsense, the better. Alright, where can we find more? Does that mean the answer to your previous question is yes? Wait, what was your previous question? Hang on, sorry, I've missed a whole bunch of stuff there. Greg Horizons is one of the... Oh, yeah, that was the thing there. I mentioned... Oh, no, I didn't miss anything. I thought I did. Wait, what was your previous question, Quiet? I apologize. I feel like there's more here that we're missing. There's a little bit. Oh, do you really just use the prospects to find ores and then start digging? Pretty much, yeah. You find out where, basically, what you'll, the general process is find out where, like, kind of open up the prospector, try and find what you're looking for, type it into there. So in my case, we're looking for sphalerite. Click on that and it will limit it to only seeing the sphalerite in there. See where it is. And then you kind of go to that location. If you want to know where, like, what Y level you'll usually find it, search for kind of sphalerite again. Look for the raw ores, and if you look at the ore vein diagram one, that will tell you what Y level you're at. That's the dimension it's in, so that's Venus, so that's obviously not where we are, the moon, or the nether. And then we'll see, oh, right, sphalerite is also in a vein with sulfur and pyrite, and it spawns between Y10 and 30. Yeah, I did. I tried to mention that yesterday, but then I realized I was probably throwing way too much information at you in one go. So I try not to overwhelm you with it, because it's a lot to take in. Like, and I'm very bad when it comes to like explaining these things without having it right like in front of me. If I can give like a visual description of something like this, it's a lot easier for me to explain it. And I know if I tried to do that just like outside of the game in Discord yesterday, I would have just confused you even more and probably put you off the pack. And I really didn't want to do that. Alright, how are we doing for sphalerite now? A little bit. I want more. There is probably a lot more below the lava level here as well, though, which I really don't want to try mining through the lava. Don't think that's really worth it when we don't really have great armor. There was a little bit more nearby, though. There's the ones we found over there, and I think there's a little bit further off this direction. There was a little bit more. Whether we can see it or not is a different matter. Oh, there we go. I'm getting advancements. Yeah, there was more over, like, to the north of us. What's all that? That is probably quartz, right? Okay, we've got a little bit more here. Basically, the reason we're doing all this is we want to find gallium, or we want to get to gallium. Which is a byproduct of sphalerites. And now that we've got our ore processing setup sorted out, should be a whole lot easier. So I'm now not finding any more sphalerites. I should probably upgrade my drill to an HV one at some point in the near future too. I think the order of things that we're going to do now is basically we're going to get the clean room set up once we've got a little bit more sphalerite. We're going to start working on getting the clean room set up so we can make storage components a little easier. And then we'll start moving everything into storage components. And then after that, we'll get the hostile neural network set up, properly sorted out. I did want to wait until we could make PTFE for it. But I don't think realistically we're going to be able to. I'm going to need to expand it before then. Just so we can get better power gem. I'm not finding any more sphalerite here. I think we might just... Oh, hang on, there's a little bit more. We might have to leave it, though. We've got a little bit. Good day, life. How you doing? A little bit of sphalerite. Not much, but a little bit. How much is not much? That's what, 2, 4, 6, 8... 11 stacks or so? That will probably do. Playing a GT pack, you're going to be overwhelmed regardless. I know, but I don't need to kind of exacerbate that effect. I don't want to overwhelm you more than you will already be overwhelmed. Been a rough morning, but meds are kicking in and helping a lot. That's good. I can relate to the rough morning thing. I've kind of been there myself at the moment. Right, I've got a bunch of redstone which we can put back into the ME system. It's the ore generation is a little weird with certain veins. It used to be that they would essentially spawn a giant kind of globule of ores where it would be interspersed with stone or whatever else was kind of around at the time, but it would always be in almost like a little flattened sphere shape. And everything will be distributed at various heights within that flattened sphere. Now it's a little different. Like, some of them are still like that. But there's also ones, like, if you can see there, like, it's almost in, like, actual veins under the ground, which is a little weird. And then with the cassiterite, it's not all in one place. And then other bits are. And then you got some bits that are in kind of like over there, you can see, and like with the sphalerite that we were just mining, they kind of generate the ores in kind of strips of the different ores. Coal should be relatively easy to find. Like coal, when you do find coal veins, there is usually a lot in them. When it's an actual coal vein and not a diamond vein. I think there was a coal vein over here. I think we mined most of it out, but I think over this way. Yeah, when you find a coal vein, you'll know it. Like that coal vein there, 6,594 coal ore. If you find little bits like that, if you look for coal and you find little bits like that, 9 times out of 10, that's going to actually be a diamond vein. But the coal veins themselves have just shitloads. Yeah, if you're finding if you find them, like, coal will... When you find coal, or, like, if you're looking for coal, for example, if you look for actual coal, and then you find the raw, or you look for raw coal, and the ore vein diagram, you'll see that there are like several ones in the overworld that will generate with, or 2 in this case, that will generate with coal. One of them will literally just be coal in that ore vein. The other one will be diamond. So if you're finding it in like small chunks, that will probably be a diamond vein. You're currently in bed to your laptop and have you on peripheral monitor, so you finally have a use for it, so thank you. Hey, no worries, I'm glad I could kind of help. Inadvertently. Alright, let's see. So, sphalerite, let's see what we're actually going to get out of this when we put it in. So, if we put this through here, it's basically going to get macerated, so we're going to get yellow garnet, which we really don't want, but whatever. To be fair, I use mostly charcoal anyways. For smelting things, I use mostly charcoal anyway, because it's basically free. But there are certain things that you do need coal for. But honestly, not that much. Charcoal is generally fine. But yeah, then we'll get sphalerite ore, along with yellow garnet dust, and then we'll get the gallium, which is what we want. And then from there we'll macerate again and get a small chance of cadmium. So if we just dump all of this into here. Honestly, Quiet, it's worth it. It's worth it because the coal, the thing is with the coal, it doesn't drop coal. It drops raw coal, which you then have to smelt to get coal, to get actual coal. You get the raw, so you basically have to smelt the raw coal to get to regular coal. So you still have to smelt it regardless. So charcoal is honestly just easier. And also remember you've got the iron furnaces. It makes it very easy to set things up because you have the auto input and output and fuel input and what have you. That you can set. So you can just kind of dump stuff in there and forget about it. Now, you're going to be fine, Quiet. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but you are going to be fine. I have faith in you. Alright, so this should be getting... Yeah, we're getting the yellow garnet in there. It's going to be a while before we get through to actually getting any things, because we've still got the rest of this purified redstone to go through. I think we need more thermal centrifuges. The thermal centrifuges are the bit that really slows us down. So it would almost be worth adding another 4 of these on. Which we should be able to do since this is an HV, 4 amp HV cable. And we're only running these at MV. So it might be worthwhile doing that. We'll worry about that later though. But right now, let's go and look at the clean room. I still don't know where we're going to put the clean room, by the way. Oh, hang on. We haven't loaded the quest up for this today, have we? There we go. We've got the multi-smelter done. Multi-smelter is an absolute smelting unit and is most likely the best furnace and alloy smelter added by a mod. It's a 3x3x3 multi-block machine capable of smelting huge amounts of items per second. By upgrading its coils and power tier, it can become capable of smelting up to literal thousands of items per second. Shift and hover over different coils, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's good. Not that I know of. I haven't looked, though. Doesn't look like it. Need to make some muddings surround the clean room with that as a facade. I mean, that seems like a great idea. Great thermal insulation there with it. Welcome back, Treble. Alright, clean room. The clean room is a hollow multi-block free of contaminants. Going forward, most new circuit-related recipes, as well as some unique things like fusion casings, will need to be run in machines inside a clean room. This is another ported GT5U feature, but just like with maintenance, it won't be nearly as harsh. Once built, it must be well maintained and powered for a while to clean the inside. The clean room's power draw will decrease once it fully cleans itself. Recipes requiring the clean room will only run when inside a fully cleaned clean room. If not, the recipe will not start or recipe progress might be lost. Recipe inputs will never be voided. The clean room can be built in any size between 5x5x5 and 15x15x15. The controller is placed in the center of the top face, and the rest of the top face is built from filter casings, save for the edges and corners. The rest of the wall and floor space is filled with plascrete. There's also glass as well that you can use. For transfer between the clean environment and the outside world, items and fluids through pass-through hatches, they automatically import from one side and output from the opposite side. Energy through GregTech hulls or diodes of any tier. Note the diodes can transport up to 16 amps, whilst hulls can only transport 1 amp. We don't need to worry about that, though, because we have laser I.O. And converters. Love the idea of a wattle and dog clean room. Thanks. Chicken curry and rice was nice. Ooh, I think I've got a spaghetti carbonara thing in the fridge that I'm going to have tonight. Anyway, your AE network through GregTech hulls of any tier. Players through doors of any kind. The room remains clean when doors are opened. I think we can put elevators in there as well. To get in and out if we wanted to. Right, apart from the official solutions, non-physical methods of transfer such as ender chests might be effective. Applied energistics peer-to-peer tunnels may also fit your liking. You will also need an energy and maintenance hatch for cleaning. Clean room glass can replace any plascrete apart from the edges. If you're facing issues forming the clean room format error, the wall space must be at least 75% plascrete or clean room glass. The floor block directly under the controller must also be plascrete or clean room glass. GT generators and muffler hatches are not allowed in clean rooms. Try rotating the controller with a wrench, or for even side lengths, try the other central positions. Okay, so the clean room is too bad. Stainless steel rotors, some motors, a hull. The problem is going to be the filter casings. Oh, okay, that's really not that bad either. I was expecting that to be considerably worse. What I was gonna do was just build a smaller one of these to start with, and then build like a 15x15x15 one later. We might, depending on how much of a pain the plascrete is going to be to make. Yeah, this is where we need the stone dust. And gypsum and marble dust, apparently. And polyethylene sheets. I think we will build a smaller one for now, but I would like to set this up in such a way that we can expand on it later. I almost want to stick it down here, though. Do we just want to stick it through here? Like, we'll move this out of the way, like, shift this over here. And then we'll just stick the clean room in here for now. Yeah, let's do that. There's not a lot going on in here. We've just got a bunch of charcoal. That has a little bit of redstone left in it. I was basically just making lubricant for us. We don't even need to refill that, do we? Like, rebuild this. I think I would like to, though. I think I would prefer to have it rebuilt. Just so if we do need more lubricant for whatever reason, we can do that. And then we'll build our clean room over here for now. This area is not going to be this much of a mess forever. The idea is that this will have more permanent setups on it eventually as well. We just haven't quite got to that yet. I'll pick those up in a moment. Okay, so... Where the hell is everything? All right, so we need coils. Actually, no, I'll move that over by a block. How significant is stone dust? Early on, not really at all. And even later on, you don't need huge amounts of it. It's mostly just used for things like the plascrete that we're using it for at the moment. And things like drilling fluid, and which will come in useful when you start using the multi-block drilling rigs. And when else do we need it? The lubricant, drilling fluid, oh, and concrete, which is kind of what we need. We're making the plascrete out of. I've already forgotten how we set this up, by the way. If we were making... Oh, this was we're making creosote in this, weren't we? And wait, do we need MV for creosote? Yes, that's what we need the MV hatch for. Okay. And then I think we had the output bus at the bottom. Input bus was over there. I'll put the muffler hatch there. Place that inwards. And then we need the output hatch. Output hatch went there. And went into that. Uh-huh. And then we needed... barrel there. We had the distillery there. I think we did all this with a 1 amp converter, didn't we? Yeah, the distillery went there, and we had another barrel on top that was just... we just put redstone in to turn into... lubricant. Your Wi-Fi went out again? That's not good. Like, I had the similar issues not too long ago. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Hopefully it's not a kind of recurring problem, and it's something that will get sorted out soon. I also need to come around underneath here and get rid of all of this netherrack. I might do that off stream though. It's not going to be the most exciting of things to do. Okay, right, so we've got to set up the rest of this. Fire oven goes there. Oops, a daisy. Maintenance hatch. Okay, right. And we just got to do converter in there. Maybe it's because you're thinking of changing our service over to a new company. I mean, possibly. I mean, if you're not getting the service you're hoping for anyway, then that definitely means that you are... it's about time to do it, I guess. And, of course, this is not... Wait, what is that even connected to? Oh, nothing anymore. That was... Did I get that? I don't know if I actually picked that up or not. I think I did. Alright. That will go in there. Put those up. The power up. I might have to do some testing, I think, with how exactly power transfer works with laser IO. I think it basically only matters how much... I think the output points can output... I think we figured out that like output points can output any amount, and you're only limited by the insertion rate into the laser network. So basically, if we can input like 48,000 RF per tick into our laser network from there, at any point we can output any of that amount. I think that's the way it works. I might need to do a little bit more testing, but we will see. Anyway, that seems to be about right. We need to put this on circuit 1. And then that should be everything out of the way. Well, we are creating RF, and then when we want to convert it into EU, we basically have these. Where's the easiest way to show this? These things, the converters. Those will basically convert from RF into EU at a 4-to-1 ratio, so 4 RF to 1 EU. Speaking of which, how much were we actually making again? Power-wise, please tell me we were at the 48,000-ish RF, which should be enough for... We'll just say 48,000. 12,000 EU, which would be around about 23 amps of HV power. Definitely not buying more Pokemon cards. Oh, I absolutely believe you, Cesare. You would never do something like that, right? Okay. How are you doing, though? I hope you are well. Hey, there we go. We're starting to get a little bit of gallium now. Are we actually... Yeah, we're going through all of the sphalerite. Still going through sphalerite in here as well. I'm getting a bunch of yellow garnet dust. Do we have any use for yellow garnet dust? Like, is there anything we can do with this? Not really, I don't think. I know rare earth we definitely need later, or we probably need later on. I'm assuming we do. We need to get cerium. Terbium. Yeah, this is definitely, it's now that we've actually got enough power going into the 2 of those, we're actually keeping up with that, which is good. Okay. So you do still have to convert? Yes, you do still have to convert, yeah. There is, unfortunately, no. You can convert directly from EU into FE. So you can, like, any machines that use FE, you can connect them directly to a any of the GregTech power cables, and they will work, but you can't do it the other way. It's a bit of a pain, but honestly understandable. Right. Okay, so how big of a clean room do we want to make for now? Let me grab some cobblestone and we'll kind of plan this out a little bit. We say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'll be the center. We will drop this down so the floor is kind of flush with this. Well, considering 15 by 15 by 15 is the largest size you can make, I don't think we can quite do the 16 by 16 one, unfortunately. I was just thinking like 7 by 7 though. We don't need a ton of space in it yet, but we probably will later. I would like to make a maximum size one later on. So if we do... If we made it as like 7... Oh, for fuck's sake. This, this drives me up the wall. I love the restocking thing, but when you're on like your pickaxe and you pick a block, it just... And it's in your backpack, it just dumps your pickaxe into the backpack. Or whatever you're holding at the time. Which is exactly what it's supposed to do, but I just keep forgetting about it, and it just annoys me every time. Yeah, if we do it like 7 by 7 by 7, that will give us a little bit of space in there. That should work. But how much are we going to need of everything, though? That is the question. I think what I'm kind of thinking of doing, what I think we do is, what I'll do is I'll kind of mark all of this out with like temporary blocks, then get rid of all my backpacks and stuff, so we don't void anything, and then break it all down and see how many of everything we need. So the floor is obviously going to be plascrete, as are all these frames. I think we also do... So I would like it to be largely glass. Or at least partially glass. So if we just do... something like that as the plascretes. And then the rest of this will be glass. Do I have any netherrack over here? Yeah. We use the netherrack to signify the glass. We're going to obviously have to have the controller in here somewhere as well, so we might end up making slightly too much of stuff. But this is our lovely see-through glass. Isn't it beautiful? And then we'll probably do... I need more cobblestone. I'll put it away. All right. We'll probably have the door actually over to one side. We should be able to put a door in there, shouldn't we? I would kind of prefer the door to be in the center, but it just means that you've got slightly less space to work if you put it in the center. But then we could walk in there. Although, that being said, I feel like it does probably want to go... No, center's going to be better, I think. I think center will be better. And then glass around these. And obviously we've got to figure out where other stuff's going to go. I'll come in there, and then if we need to, we can put machines kind of like around the walls here. What's the game, Hyena? Isn't it beautiful? Looks like something you'd have built when you first started playing 13 years ago. Desktop Survivor 98. I've never heard of it, actually. Okay, right. Where's the clean room? Right, so we need... Let's put that over there. Eventually, I would really just love to have these things. Like the cleaning maintenance hatches and the sterile cleaning maintenance hatches. Right, so the clean room. What do we need in here then? So, a whole bunch of plascrete, and then on the top, we need the filter casings. I'm assuming it's just the filter casings we need for this rather than the sterile filter casings. I'm assuming we'll need those later. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, sterilizing filter casing. Yeah, we're a little ways off those. Tritanium, iridium, PBI. Yeah, so we just want these. These will need to go... Hang on, does the clean room... Yeah, the clean room goes in the center at the top. Let's find another block to signify the clean room. The grey concrete will do for that. And let's just put this. That will be the actual clean room block itself. Then the rest of this needs to be the filter casings. What can I put away? Let's put that away and that away for now. Let's just use these for now. The X-Tones tiles. This will be all the amount of filter casings we need. Then we'll need a door in there. What else are we going to need to put in there? Like, getting power in is fine. Getting us in, we've got the door. We need to get... If we want to make things requestable in here, we need to get the ME system. We need to get the like ME cables through. Those can go through a hull. So one of these will just get replaced by a hull. If you could just, Ian, if you could post just the name of it in Discord, I'll check it out later. But that's basically what we need. So let's just put all of our backpacks down and get rid of everything else in our inventory. If somebody could remember what the fuck I've said each of these blocks represents, that would be good, because I probably won't. Right, if we put those down. So netherrack is glass. X-Tones tiles are... Hang on, I've not got anything on this backpack. It'll pick anything up, right? No. Right, X-Tones tiles are the filter casings. And that's clean room itself. Okay, right. If only we had... if only we had a vein mining option here. I guess we can do this. Right, none of that's getting picked up by anything else. Good. Let's just try not to... I think these bits at the bottom I'm going to do just manual, like without the drill. Because otherwise I'm going to end up mining half my floor away. And then wondering what the bits blocks were supposed to represent. Come on. How big can a clean room be? It can be up to 15 by 15 by 15. Which we will be doing eventually. Just not yet. Right, let's put these in here. So, that's all plascretes. That's the glass. That's the filter casings. That's the thing. Okay, so we need a lot of stuff. Is the general gist of this. What is the glass called again? Clean room glass. Makes sense. Right, so those are all the things we need to make. Plascretes. We're going to need a lot of polyethylene sheets for this. How are we doing for ethylene at the minute? I think we can up our storage of polyethylene a little bit. Double that. All right, so plascretes, we needed 128 plus 52, whatever that is. 190? 180, close. So we need 180 plascrete, which we get 2 from each recipe, right? Do we need plascrete for this as well? No, okay. So we need 180 plascrete, which means we need 90 of these recipes, which means we need a lot of stuff. They're exactly the same cost, basically, Hyena. It's just the actual casing for it that's different. The component that goes into it is the same. It's the component that's the expensive bit. Okay. So how much, if we need 90 of these, that basically means we need 90 times 144. 12,960 millibuckets. We get, I'm assuming 1,152 per recipe. So we need 12 of these recipes, or 11.25 of these recipes, which is not a lot. So we need like 12 marble dust, 12 gypsum, and 24 stone dust. I'm assuming marble dust we can get by macerating. No? How do we get marble dust? Oh, it is just macerating marble. Okay. If we put that into the smelter. All right, I asked this earlier, but like nobody actually gave me an answer, I don't think. Like, how do we can increase the size of this to like a normal chest size, but I can't remember how you do it. Does anybody know? Because we need to, I think we need to right click it with something. It's Eyes of Ender, is it? Aha, thank you. Right, we don't really need to increase it by much, honestly, but there we go. I'm assuming that's as far as it goes. Oh, wait, am I still getting blaze rods coming in, or have I gone back to sulfur? Yeah, I think I'm still getting blaze rods, aren't I? Who's max? Yeah, I figured it would be for getting just that gets it to the normal size. Am I still getting blaze rods in, or do we go back to sulfur dust? And are any of these backing up is now that we have kind of gone through the backlog we had? No. Okay, good. That's good. All right. But yeah, I think we are getting blaze rods in still, which we don't really want. But that's fine. Right, so marble. We should just be able to macerate that, right? Yes, we got the marble dust. Gypsum is the next thing. We have got gypsum already. Nice. 12 of those. And there was 24 stone dust, right? Those go into the mixer. Along with... It's going to be 12 buckets of water, isn't it? Yeah. And no circuit. That's a bender. Right, water. Okay. Nope, no Woot. I don't even think Woot's been updated past like 118 or so, 119 maybe. I used to love Woot though. Woot was fantastic. All right, so that's making the concrete. I might just put that into there and actually set up the just set up a recipe for this. Right, steel frames. We have got a circuit for assembler. And we've also got a no circuit assembler, but I'm going to do this in the HV one, I think. Love building the Woot structures. They were really cool, weren't they? Oh, also, I remember you talking about environmental tech a while ago, Quiet. I was playing with that in SevTech recently. It's been a while since I played with it. It's painfully slow to get started. Like, waiting for the first, like, 6 Erodium to be able to get the crystal lenses to be able to get more Erodium. It literally took, like, a day and a half, 2 days. Just to get those. That was with 4 of the basic ones running. It was painfully slow. Okay, right. Plascrete, we needed, what did we say we needed? 180. Was it 180 we said we needed? Yeah. There we go, 180 Plascrete. Yeah, that's what I had to do. And the thing is, there was no way to speed it up without adding more things to it. All right. Oh, this shouldn't be too bad to do. Right, although I have just realized it is time for a break. So while that's making our Plascrete, I am going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break, but I'll only ever run these during the break, so you shouldn't miss anything. I say only ever. We are going to talk about how I'm going to handle the ads soon, because I don't know how annoying pre-rolls are going to be for people joining. Because given how frequently we run ads at the minute, there are still quite large sections where people have to sit through pre-rolls. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. But right now, I will be right back. I'll see you all in a minute. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Kazmad, how are you doing? How is your Thursday? We are not even close to being done with our Plascrete. Is it the polyethylene sheets that's taking the time here? Yeah. That's okay. We are not in a huge rush. Right. Now, the other bits... Clean room glass. How much of that did we need? Stacking 27. 91 is that? Yeah, 91 clean room glass. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. That is what we want. Okay. Goes in there, and the extractor for the glass. I have to go the chaos that is work, and you swear if one more person quits or goes to jail, I riot. It keeps things interesting, though, surely. Why do I have a song singing about Better Off Without You? Because apparently, Pretzel refuses to understand what the whole idea of no vocals means. Is the real answer to that, but I've got it set to only play like vocalless tracks, like instrumentals, but it just ignores it, and I don't know why, and it's annoying. But there we go. Or it just feels like Pretzel just feels like it is better off without me. Which, I mean, fair, I guess. All right, and the filter casing. Oh, we got to do iron bars, haven't we? Oh, shit, please tell me we've got a... No! How many iron bars do we need? We need 48 of those. Each one of these makes one. What's 3 times 48? 144. We need 144 iron bars. We've got 35. I don't want to make the iron bars because it means we've got to make another assembler, and I can't be bothered to do that at the minute. To the Lost Cities. We're just going to go and mine out a bunch of them. Where's my Lost Cities cake? You sure 3 drivers, 2 quit, 1 in jail, your other shift manager's lost her marbles, and your store manager was arrested for DUI, so yes, it's chaos and a headache. That just sounds like interesting day-to-day life. From an outside perspective, when I don't actually have to deal with it, it sounds enjoyable. Pretty sure it's not quite the same when you actually have to deal with it. I've realized that this is like the weirdest way to be lazy. Like, I don't really want to add another... I don't really want to add another assembler at the moment, so because it's a pain in the ass to do, so I'm actually doing more work to avoid doing work. It's like, it's the weirdest way to procrastinate and to be lazy. It's just to do more work by doing more work. Or kind of to avoid work by doing more work. Very dumb way to do it, isn't it, when you think about it? Vein miner would be nice here. You miss vein miner? Yeah, vein miner is definitely nice to have. There's no point in doing that, is there? Oh, wait, hold on. If I do... Oh, I can do it 1 or I can do it 3. I can't do 2. To the music. Good question. Again, pretzel being pretzel. Are you going to play? Thank you. I should be back. It hates you. I mean, most things do, Quiet. It's fine. I'm used to it. The music can hate me all it likes. As long as it plays. Have I eaten yet? Not. I had a bowl of cereal before the stream. That's all I had time for. I was roped into playing tech support as soon as I woke up, so I didn't have a lot of time. How you doing, Rev? I think we technically got enough here already, honestly. Oops. We're going to get a little bit extra anyway, because why not? We're just waiting for Plascrete to craft at the minute anyway. So you can start talking about food to make you hungry. I mean, it would make me hungry regardless, even if I'd just eaten. I do have a spaghetti carbonara to look forward to when I'm done, though. So... Right, we'll get these little bits and then we'll go back. That should be enough for now. I'm usually not a just get what you need kind of person, but we should be good. All right. So let's put this in. Wait, where's that being made? Oh, that is just a crafting recipe. Okay. I can go in there. Oh. Plascrete is done. Right, let's actually get this put in here now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'll be the center. Did I make it 7 by 7 or did I make it 9 by 9? I did make it 7 by 7, right? I'm pretty sure. Hey, do good. Today was the last day of your mini vacation and tomorrow back to work, which is great because you ran out of stuff to do yesterday. That's timed that perfectly then. I'd aimed for 7 by 7. Okay. I don't know if I actually built it 7 by 7. It looked bigger, honestly. That's what she said. I'm sure. This is really not going to fit in with the rest of our base, is it? This definitely looks smaller than it did when I was building it before. I made it 9 by 9, didn't I? I made it 7 by 7 internal, rather than 7 by 7 external. Whoops. Well, we're going to have a bigger clean room. That's all right. All the calculations were for the bigger clean room, I think, so it's fine. It'll look nicer anyway. I need to get a some kind of better, just like general everyday tool, don't I? Also, I'm so glad I put air affinity on these goggles. Makes things like this so much easier. Alright. To be fair, I should have known this was actually 9 by 9 when I looked at the amount of the filter casings we needed on the top, and it was 48. 7 by 7 is 49, and so 49 minus 1 for the clean room block itself. I've done that too low as well. And Rev, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. Right. We will get this clean room up and running today. Yeah, that looks more like what we had planned. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Did I start anything else crafting yet? I didn't, did I? Right, how many of the glass did we say we needed? 78, 91. I might see there's a... I also miscreate clipboards. Yeah, I do as well. If you find like a simple one that just adds a clipboard, quiet and nothing else, let me know. Because I would love to. That's one thing I would add to this.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Off to Minecraft. To make yourself at peace after you traumatize Taco for vacuuming. Wait, isn't it Taco that should be make yourself to being made peaceful? Since you were the one who traumatized her. Or him. Is it him or... Is Taco a him or a her? Could be either. Rallius, how you doing? What is taking the time? Oh god, everything's taking the time. How much polyethylene have we got left after this? Oh, shitloads. Okay, we're fine. And we've got plenty of polyvinyl chloride sheets. What else have we... Sulfuric acid we're still in alright for, considering we haven't completely passived that yet. Okay, so clean room itself. We do need to make stainless steel rotors. I need to get more stainless steel being crafted soon as well. Right, so if we look at the clean room, we have run out of crafting CPUs. That's fine. Oh, computers. So things going well today then, Rallius. Hey, there we go. Another 319 gallium. A whole bunch of uraninite, more redstone, which we don't need. But this seems to be working pretty well. He is a he, but is more cuddly and acts like a her. You've shown some videos of him to your sister, and she thought it was a she as well. He's just a very feminine he. Alright, so what's happened, Rallius, to make you, say, fuck computers? Right, just one more HV motor. Nope, never mind, we got them. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, we still need an energy hatch, don't we? Let's make an MV energy hatch for it as well. I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to take to actually fully clean. Right, and filter casings, we said we needed 48, right? No crafting CPUs available. Oh, right. That's because the crafting CPUs are tiny and useless. Your mum was recently very grumpy about the fact that the dog mama she's been watching had all girl puppies. Your mum wants a little boy puppy because I guess girl dogs are bitchy. Yeah, but they're still just as cute though, surely. Had a run in with Mac OS? Oh dear. What happened, Rallius? And also, why is this taking so freaking long? Did I screw something up here? Oh shit, I did, didn't I? I think I know what it was. Oops. Yeah. I put the clean room glass in a molecular assembler and not a actual assembler. Whoops-a-daisy. That's fine. Right, okay, so the filters, we can't make all 48 of these because we are just a little bit short. So we're going to have to make them in 2 lots of 24, I guess. We will upgrade this soon, TM. It's not past tense yet. Ah, okay. By the way, prepare for puppy pics over the next few months. Your parents plan on getting ones? Oh, I'm definitely all for puppy pics. Absolutely. Right. Now, I don't know if there is any particular places where energy hatches can or cannot go. Like, can I put an energy hatch just like in the center here facing downwards and have it work? We'll have to find out when we've got the rest of the stuff here. We're still getting there. We're still getting more gallium in as well. And a whole bunch of sphalerite dust. Which I guess we can use to get more gallium, but honestly not really worth it. Trying to watch me building an iOS app, but it's like sing a damn Lily Allen song at you. It's singing. I mean, are we talking literally or figuratively here, Rallius? That's the bit that I'm stuck on now. I'm going to figure out how to generate a P12. Still have to figure out how to generate a mobile profile. And shove it somehow into a pipeline to automate shit. Most of that has gone well over my head. I'll be honest. Almost be fun if it was literal. I just imagine it. I can't even think of a Lily Allen song now. Right, let's go and grab these for now. We might need to move some things around in here later on. I don't know if we need... Okay, no, we don't need Silk Touch. Good. That would have been really fucking annoying. Was Bibliocraft the one you used to use clipboards from? Someone made a standalone version of those. I think I did use the Bibliocraft clipboards at some point, yeah. If you want to try adding it and see if it works, and then report back. Basically, you do all the work quiet and I'll reap the benefits. How's that sound? I mean, I'm going to do this with an iron door because any other door just doesn't look right. So we're going to have a button on there and a button on the other side as well. Actually, we can make framed buttons, can't we? Let's grab... Doesn't really matter what, does it? We just need 2 framed buttons. Which button type is it that has the longer pulse? Is it the stone or the wood ones? Can't actually remember. There we go, right. Thing would last longer than stone. That's what I thought. Alright, we're getting there with the filter casings. We probably don't. We're not going to need all of this space, like, at all at the moment, by the way. Yeah, it's one of the few technical Minecraft things I do know. It's like the least technical of technical things, but it's one of the few things I did kind of remember. How are we getting on over here? Are we done? See, again, it's just these thermal centrifuges that take forever. 391 gallium dust, not bad. Is it this final? It's the final stage we start getting the gallium dust, isn't it? Oh no, when we thermal centrifuge it, which is why it's taking so fucking long to get more of it. Although we are on the last little bits now. That's longer for what? Basically pulse length of the buttons, Rallius. So if you press it down, it kind of stays down for longer. The stone button stays down for less time than the wooden button does. Why? What happened, Quiet? I'm guessing. I don't think it does. I think it's because it's kind of a forced, like with lost cities in it. Honestly, if you're looking to make a creative world, Quiet, what I would do is one of the first quests gives you the Void World cake. Just go to the Void World and build in there. That's what I normally do for creative world, for like testing worlds. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. It's like any pack that has like Terralith in it. It does not like to give you like allow you to make like Superflat worlds. We should already have an MV converter as well here, shouldn't we? I think it's Terralith. I wouldn't like to say 100% for certain, but I think it's a Terralith thing, yeah. Because I've only ever had that with packs that have had Terralith in. It's kind of like he just hijacks the world, Jen. Oh, come on, filter casings. We just need 6 more. Well, 4 more now that we've got 2 there. Right. We're nearly there. We've nearly got a clean room. It's not going to do anything yet because it's got no power or anything like that, but we have almost got a clean room. While we're doing this, can we find a way to kind of encase this? Like, could we encase this like this and have it look okay? Probably could, actually. We could get that to fit with the rest of the base design. Don't you go uncleaning my clean room, Rev. I'd love to say I spend a long time building this, but I really haven't. It's been about, what, 40 minutes, maybe? Considering the plan for today, like, the entirety of the plan for today was... went as far as get ore processing set up. And the multi-smelters. Invalid structure. I'm assuming it does need at least 1 energy hatch. We're going to have to do it off to one side, though, aren't we? If we do this. I'd rather have it in, like, a corner or something like that, out of the way. If I can do that. No, that doesn't work. I feel like it does have to be in a wall, though. It's kind of annoying. Could be wrong. Right, what else am I missing? I'm missing something here, right. I'm sure it used to say there used to be, like, a minimum of 1... Oh, wait, we need a maintenance hatch, don't we? Whoops. Hold on. You're on day 21, still don't have ore processing. God knows how long that'll take me. No, in fairness, Quiet, we did, like, artificially try and extend how long we were taking to do this. Can I put this anywhere here? It's been so long since I've made a fucking clean room. Hold, please. Right. Or does the maintenance hatch have to be in one of the frame blocks? So, like, can the maintenance hatch be, like, here, for example? I feel like I've... Right, clean rooms are always such a pain. Right, keeping those pesky particles out. Place machines inside to run clean room recipes. Use 30 protect when dirty, 4 protect when clean. Overclocking increases cleaning per cycle. Blah, 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 blah. So let's see. We need exactly 1 maintenance hatch. Between 1 and 2 energy hatches. We haven't got an energy hatch yet, but it looks like... Can the energy hatches go in the floor? Yeah, it looks like energy hatches can go in the floor. Okay, what are we still missing here? Oh, wait, you can actually have elevators in there. You can actually put just an elevator in there. Nice. So that has to be the clean room. Need exactly 1 maintenance hatch. between 1 and 2 energy hatches, a maximum of 8 iron doors, maximum of 30 diodes, discrete clean room glass. What am I missing here? We've got the maintenance hatch. We've got an energy hatch. For some reason I always have issues getting the clean room to form. I'm never entirely sure why. I haven't missed any spots anywhere here, right? I don't need an input and output. They are not necessary for it. We need exactly one maintenance hatch, which we have. And it seems like that can go... Let's just assume that this is here. Yeah, it's got the maintenance hatch there. It's got the... I shouldn't be too much glass. Because I've used considerably more glass than this in them in the past. And a higher ratio of glass. Wall space must be at least 75% plascrete or clean room glass. The floor block directly under the controller must also be plascrete or clean room glass, which it is. Directly under the controller, plascrete. 30 thoughts can affect it. That must be it. It should still form, even though the maintenance hatch is not maintained. It would still form. I kind of wish it would show you, like, what you're missing. I mean, that's not much help. I wonder if it's just the way that the door is placed. For some weird reason. Nope. Ah, nice. I will check it out in a little bit. Quiet, thank you. I hate clean rooms. It's between 1 and 2 energy hatches. We have an MV one in there. I'm a dumbass. Things work much better, I've found, when you put the right blocks in. It's weird how that works, isn't it? Right. Can I put the maintenance hatch up here? I know it's weird, isn't it? Like, you wouldn't expect that to happen. Yeah, we can put the maintenance hatch there. Confidence is the right hatchitude. Right, that works. That's good. I'm happy with this. Right, let's go and... I see nobody else noticed this time either. It does make me feel a little better about myself. Right, if we do that and that... And we need one of those. Where are my laser nodes gone? Wait, I definitely had some left, didn't I? Put them in my storage. Ah, I'm no idea what the hell I'm doing at the moment. I did. I've only got 2 left, though. All right. That will go there. Please tell me this is... Oh, yeah, that's definitely close enough to link them. Should be fine. Yep. And yep. Now, this isn't going to work still because we still need to fix the maintenance stuff, but... Oh, and before we do that... I need to put my button back on. There we go, that works. And before we do that, I think the way we're going to do this is... I think if I replace this with a hull, that should allow us to pass ME channels through there. Yeah, it connects. Cool. And then we can get a ME cables and whatnot through there. All right. Although, actually, I feel like that should probably be... Oh, no, it'll be fine there. I was going to say it should probably be one block further forwards. Actually, yeah, let's do that one block further forwards. Excellent. Okay. I don't know if it matters which way round that faces. So this should not be doing anything yet. It should have power, but it's not going to be doing anything yet because we need to maintain it. Duct tape fixes everything. There we go. Contaminated. We're just got to wait until this is completely clean, and then we can start doing stuff in here. Which... This might take a little while. Oh, no, okay. It goes... I thought it was only going to go up like 1% each time. Okay, that's not too bad. That's fine. All right, we've got a clean room. Not a very clean room yet, but we have a clean room. All right, let's get rid of those. Let's make another 32 of those. How are we doing for the processors now? We're doing fine. We've got all sorts of circuits going at the minute. How are we doing with these? Hey, 1.1k of those. Perfect. All right. Everything is going swimmingly. We were going to need to put some more gallium in soon, but we couldn't wait for now. Speaking of gallium, we can also get gallium from bauxite, can't we? Do we actually have bauxite ore veins? From bauxite, if we get it from bauxite, we would be better off... See, this is the thing, though. If we would be better off putting this through a chemical bath with sodium persulfate. I don't think we've really got enough sodium persulfate to warrant doing that at the moment, though. Especially since it just means we can just go around and... find sphalerite in the nether. It's not too difficult to get hold of. But yeah, 100 millibuckets of sodium persulfate per crushed bauxite is quite a bit. Considering our sodium persulfates, I feel like we've dropped a shitload of sodium persulfate here. I feel like we are definitely losing sodium persulfate. Which means that this has probably just about dried up. Yeah, it's dried up. Which means it's only making 15 millibuckets per second. Which is not a huge amount. So we either need to move that or find another way of getting our sodium sulfate. How is the clean room doing? 90% clean. We're nearly there. All right, we do want to make another HV assembler then, specifically for inside there. And then we can start thinking about making a few more storage cells, or a few storage cells for storing everything, which is going to be fantastic. And we need to start looking at more power gen soon as well, and also more power storage, because right now we don't have a great deal. That's something else we need to work on soon. All right, while we're doing this, though, let's have a look at some of the other things that we need to work towards now. Ooh, 10 money quarters. Don't mind if I do. All right, so we've got the clean room. Clean room, we can now make HV energy hatches. We can make the first tier 4 circuits. Where else do we go from here? There's a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't quite claimed yet. Oh, chlorine. I could really do with a bucket of chlorine. For the quest. There we go. That gives us the PVC sheet quest as well as the chlorine. Anyway, you'll need chlorine at this point. It is an important ingredient in many chemical processes, and you can currently get it from electrolyzing either salt or rock salt. Later, you can use fluid rigs or break down gas tiers to obtain salt water and electrolyze it to chlorine. Using fluid rigs is the best way to obtain mass amounts of chlorine. That's what I was doing. Unfortunately, probably, I don't know quite. I'm kind of running out of things to do today. Like, if we start anything new now, we're going to be... we're either going to kind of end up going massively over, or just stopping. It's going to be one of those two things that will happen. I don't know which yet. Okay. I can't guarantee I will be. We'll see what we can find to do. I'd like to make a few 4K storage cells for things. I think what we're going to do for the time being is like things like ingots and like redstone and what have you that we might need in kind of block, ingot, and nugget form, we'll just leave in the drawers for now. Once we have access to more molecular assemblers and we can set up dedicated things for compressing and decompressing them as needed from ingots, then we'll switch them over to the storage drawers or storage cells. Go do it then, Quire. If that's what you need to go and do, go and get that sorted. Right, fluid drilling rigs. When can we get to the next one? Fluid drilling rig 2 would be nice, but we do need tungsten and EV for this. I guess we could... It's the lower depletion rate that I want. From these, because we really need to get more chlorine. And... From chlorine, sodium persulfate. Hang on. But yeah, for the sodium persulfate, we need sodium bisulfate. The sodium bisulfate we can either get with salt and sulfuric acid, or sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. We've been doing it with sodium hydroxide because we haven't had a consistent source of salt. And we aren't going to have one at any point, I don't think. At least not for a while, potentially. Anyway, sodium hydroxide we've been getting from electrolyzing the salt water. That's kind of what we want to do. In order to get the salt water, though, the fluid drilling rig is working really well, but we are going to have to just keep moving it, unfortunately. That's the annoying thing. Or I think there's a way... I'm sure there was a way to do this with gas tiers. Oh, in an LCR with... Would it work in a regular chemical reactor? Yeah, chemical reactor and water to get 1 bucket of salt water and a little bit of potassium and lithium. That might actually be the way to go for now then, because getting a gas... once we've got hostile neural network set up, that might be in a more permanent state. That might be the way to go. Just use a gas data model. And then that should allow us to make like a bucket of salt water every 10 seconds. Whereas at the minute, we're making 15 millibuckets per second. So that's 66 seconds, like over a minute per bucket at the moment. So even an LV one would be considerably better than that. So that might be the way to do it. Until we can get higher tier fluid drilling rigs, that is. Have a good night if you don't see you. All right. If you do quiet, let me know. I'll try and stop in. I'll probably be playing Star Technology myself later on. Right. Assembler should be done. We do need another pattern provider. We want to do an extended one? No, we'll just do a regular one for now. There's not going to be too much that's going to need to go in here just yet. We are going to need a 1 amp HV converter for now as well. And then hopefully we can get some cheaper storage components. I think the next thing we do need to work on though is a more permanent setup for hostile neural networks. I did want to wait till we had PTFE and we could make large chemical reactors. But I think we can probably get away with not doing that and then just set it up in such a way that we should be able to kind of make it work. You're back. Wi-Fi is somewhat functional. Welcome back. Hopefully your Wi-Fi remains functional. Let's grab those as well. Get into our clean room. Do I have covered cables? Yes. Okay. I think for right now... I'm trying to think what the easiest way to do this is going to be. I think I've got this. I think I had this in the right place before. Because we've got to be able to get power into things and also... the PAM providers. I'm not sure how best to do that. I guess we can do it with... But yeah, they probably would have been better off there. And then we'll have, say, we can have, say, the pattern providers there. Machine there. And then we need to be able to get the converters in here as well. If we do that... And what do we need? Wrench. We do that. Face that down into there. And then put a laser node there. And we also have one there. Actually, let's just put this in the set. Let's just put this like front and center. So, assembler. I've got to try and break stuff without breaking the cabling. Then, pattern provider. We probably would be better off having these as multi-amp ones, but I don't know what else we're putting in here yet, so I figured a 1-amp one for now would be fine. Is that going to be online? That is online. Perfect. And then we just need to connect this. Where are we? I think it's one back from the thing, isn't it? One back from where the hole is. Where the... There they are. Okay. Right. So, if we do that... Connect that up to there, and then connect that to there. I'm hoping these don't affect cleanliness in here. They shouldn't do. And output, they'll clean. Beautiful. We have power. We have a clean assembler. All right, let's grab that. Assembler, HV. Clean room. No circuit. I thought I was about to have 3 people die from plague. I mean, that just sounds like a Thursday V. At least it's not you, I guess. You don't want to go dying from plague. I hear it's bad for you. Alright, so... what we should now be able to do... is... can we make cheaper 1K storage components? No, those are always the same regardless. I think I am going to make them, though, with... MV circuits for now. Just so we can make 2 at a time. So we got plenty of MV circuits at the minute. That's not a problem. It does mean I'm going to remove that storage component recipe, though, and replace it with that one. And then the 4Ks, we can now do this. Let me go and grab my terminal from over here, since we don't need it over here anymore. I'll bring this into the clean room. And then if we request a 4K... oh, wait, do I might already have another 4K recipe in here. Yeah. I did. I don't want it accidentally doing that one. Right, and if we set this up, do that. Let's see. Are you going to work? Come on. Be nice. Okay, you're not being nice. What have I done? Wait. Oh, never mind. It did it. I didn't see anything go through here. It's still using the wrong recipe. Hold on. Oh, I had multiple 4K. Oh, Jesus. Why did I have two of them? Well, that explains that. Right, let's try that again. Come on. This time you're going to work, right? Oh, shit, it did. I saw it go through there. That was instant. What the fuck? How? I'm so confused. What the hell happened there? You guys saw that, right? It's flashed in there for like half a tick. Obviously not half a tick, but you know what I mean. And then disappeared, but we got the output from it. Like, what? How? What? It's supposed, the recipe is supposed to take 10 seconds. Oh, fuck's sake. It just took the items out and then I wasn't even looking at the progress bar. You can tell I'm getting tired, can't you? But there we go. 4K storage components. Beautiful. Right, okay. So, with that being said, can we make 16Ks? We can make 16Ks as well. We probably don't need to for most things at the moment, but we can indeed make 16K storage components. Right. If we just request one of those, and the 16K one should give us what, 256,000? No, 128,000-ish. 130,000 storage for whatever we put in there. It's going to take a little bit longer to do that, but that's fine. Yeah, we have the ability to make storage components. There we go. All right. So what we also need then is only one from 75. Did people die of the plague anyway, V? Right, so we need a recipe for that. We need a recipe for that. And we need a recipe for that. And then we have no patterns left again. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. When can we have a way to auto-craft and refill the patterns in here? When is that going to be a thing? But there we go. Right. So, last thing I think we want to do is, if we set up... Let's just set up one of these for now. We're also going to need to do a few more covered cables. I was able to get the death orb, not fuck up your colony by calling in a trade caravan, setting the orb on them instead. I have no idea what a death orb is. It doesn't sound overly good for you, though, I have to say. I'm assuming it's not an overly positive thing. Ah, too far. Alright. I can't reach. I'm too short. Okay, so these need to be set. Do I have my memory card on me? Ah, it's in there, isn't it? Right, we need to set these to basically as high a priority as we can. So we just set those on 20k. And those should all be 20k priority. Perfect. And now, the fun bit. I've just realized I actually need to change the output color on this to red rather than black, because that's the penultimate output now, because we are going to be outputting the rest of it into an interface. And that needs to go to red, that needs to go to red, and that needs to go to red. There we go. We ended up with 476 gallium. That is actually not a huge amount. I was hoping for more. But it's fine. Right. So, what we want to do is get an interface. And this is going to be the setup for like how we'll input kind of most things into here from now, I think. Oh, quest completed. Digital storage at last. I kind of had digital storage for a while. Right, Applied Energistics uses storage cells as its primary means of digital item and fluid storage. All unformatted storage cells are limited to at most 63 distinct item types, with the first item of each new type taking up a chunk of the total bytes of cell storage, and subsequent items of existing types taking a small number of bytes thereafter. A 1K storage cell is the first and smallest cell for storing items. If you're going to be storing many different kinds of items in your network, you will need to make an ME drive and fill it with multiple storage cells. The 4K ME storage cell is the next size, up with 4 times the bytes. It holds substantially more items per type, but it requires a more advanced technology than you currently have available. No, it doesn't. Not anymore. Right, okay. Interface. I needed the interface. We've got covered cables. And if we just stick that there... I might turn that into the multi-part one. Uh-huh. There we go. And then from there, let's insert that. Insert that. This is the one bit that I've not really decided, like, found a better way to do this yet. It's basically moving only the things from our output that we have storage for at the moment. So what we need to do is I'm going to need more overclocker upgrades, aren't I? I have none left. If we can just make another 4 of those, that will be fantastic. And they will eventually be here. What else are we looking at the moment? Is it worth looking at solar panels? I don't think we've got any permanent day places, have we? Except technically, I guess we are using permanent day anyway, as we've turned off the day-night cycle, which means we can't really use solar panels in good conscience. But okay, what we want to do here is, and this is the bit, like I say, that takes a while, and it's a little bit annoying, but you only have to do it once for each item. But basically what I'll do is I'll have a tag filter, and whatever item we want to store, so let's use gallium. I'm going to need to get some stuff from over here. Let's use gallium as a... Actually, gallium we can probably just do on a 1K drive. But yeah, let's use gallium as a... an example here. We need to get the 1K drive, and we need an overflow destruction card. It's going to get very expensive, isn't it? But that won't matter soon. Only expensive now. Right, so basically we put that in there. We partition it for gallium. We need an anvil. I wish there was an easier way of naming stuff. I mean, I guess we can use an anvil on a stick. Does anybody know if this breaks? Like, does the anvil on a stick break? It does break. That kind of sucks, but okay. Yeah, I might have to make the backpack upgrade. I just didn't want to have to go into my backpack each time for it. So we'll put that in there. And then we say... With this, we then have to get it to do forge dust gallium. Then add that to the filter. And then we extract from here. And that should start removing the gallium. And that should put the gallium into there. And then basically we just do this for every item that ends up coming through there. Gallium gets stored in there. Oh, yeah, you're right, it does, doesn't it? Although, those are just showing crafting recipes for those. Because you obviously will have damaged and what have you anvils on a stick. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to break, but I'll take your word for it that it does. Right, let's take all of the gallium out for now and then put it back in, just so we know it's all in the right place. But there we go. That's basically how we're going to do this. And then let's find and let's do another. Let's just do a few more things of the things that we've got in there. Oh, I've just realized we still can't see the items like doing the putting the view cells in here. We still can't see them. I think we need to change. Where's GUI scale? Yeah. What? I don't get this. Like, if you want to use the view cells, you've basically got to go to this GUI size. Because they're just, for some weird reason, all the way over here. I have no idea why. It's so strange. There we go. All right. So, and 1K cells. Eventually, we'll be able to set all this stuff up remotely. We unfortunately can't quite do it yet because we haven't got any kind of wireless access to anything yet. But eventually, we will be able to. Right. Okay. So what else do we want to put in from here? Not the redstone. Sphalerite dust, maybe? We'll do the uraninite dust. Sphalerite dust can stay in there as well. Rare earth we'll probably need. Hey, there we go. We've got a quest as well. Nice. And doesn't really matter too much with the rest of these. Let's do the Cinnabar. Because basically, eventually we will have storage cells for everything. I think the only reason I found it was somebody mentioned it to me while we were... It might actually have been you, Tribble. I'm not sure. But somebody mentioned it to me when we were playing All the Mods 10. That's the only reason I knew about it. wrong one. Right, and then we'll store those. And if we make the anvil upgrades... You went looking at the time and found the setting that showed them up? It's so weird that it's like that, though, isn't it? It's like... And the thing is, though, it wasn't even... It's not even the texture pack thing. Did the Blackout texture pack work in the end? No, it's... Well, it's worked. The texture pack has worked. It just doesn't seem to have worked on things like the terminals. Like, everything else, like most other things, it's worked on. Just the terminals, not so much. Alright, so that would be uraninite dust. I really don't like the interface of kind of going into the anvil in here. It's like I can't shift click it into there, which is a little annoying. Sphalerite dust. And then rare earth. Cinnabar dust. Right. All those in there. And then we just got to add all these to the filters. I wish there was an easier way to add everything to this filter than having to do it for every single item. But we can't just do it with forged dust, because then it would just move everything in there, including the stuff that we don't have storage for yet. There you go, that's cleared all that up. And that should all go into there. And that is how we are going to do our storage from here on out. And eventually, like slowly, we're going to start moving everything from storage drawers into those storage cells. That is the plan. That is the plan, at least. But I think that is it for today. I think I need to go and get food. We made some decent progress, though. I was expecting to get the ore processing done, and that was it. The fact that we got the clean room set up now as well is just fantastic. So we'll start working on getting more storage stuff sorted out. We'll move the auto-crafting stuff up to where it needs to go. And we've really got to start working on the actual structure here as well. So it's not just... Because everything... I'm getting a little annoyed with everything being open planned. So we might have to do a little bit of bulk building soon. Anyway, but moving forwards, where are we going next? We've got a bunch of stuff here that we've completed, but we've not triggered certain quests. Oh, I've never had the inductor in my inventory. Hold on, let me go and do that. That's one last thing we can do before we go. There we go. Right, that... Oh, well, apparently we now... Okay. Well, we've got an inductor randomly. It's fine. I can go in there. Okay, right. So now we've completed a bunch of quests on here. We can start looking at EV circuits. I want to make sure we have everything kind of situated for where we're at the moment, though. Because there's a few things we still haven't looked at. We haven't looked at the petrochem stuff. We need to start looking at that. Fluid logistics stuff. That's just a claim thing. But for the most part, we've pretty much done with early game stuff. We're coming up to the Into the Microverse stuff. EV is kind of early game, like up to HV is, I think they consider early game. And then we're making the first tier 4 circuits, so we're like starting to make our first HV circuits at this point, which will get us where we need to go from here. But we have still got a little bit more infrastructure I think we need to get set up. There's a few things I'm not happy with. We've got to get the hostile neural networks set up, properly sorted out. So we're probably going to have to do a little bit more maths on this on Monday. and figure out what we need to do in terms of scaling this up, preferably to HV, and massively increasing the amount of data models we can run at any given time, so we can basically run everything we need to, including I think what I'd like to do is actually have at least quite a few more diamond or shulker data models set up so we can expand our numismatic dynamo setup. I'm not sure when we get to better power generation. We've got the combustion engines at like EV, IV, but honestly, I think the numismatic dynamos are going to be better. We might need to change the way, depending if we don't want to spam loads of these, which I prefer not to, we might need to look at changing the configuration of augments in there. Because at the minute, we've basically just got fuel efficiency ones. And those, they work great. They are the most efficient way to do it, but we can probably, if we start getting more and more diamonds out of this, we can start kind of worrying less about how many of the diamonds we're using and just producing more power from them. That's the hope, anyway, and then we can use less numismatic dynamos to produce more power. That's something for another day, though. I am going to call it here. Tomorrow, we will be back with Skies of New Stone Hollow again. We can continue our automation of resources on that. Last week, we just got finished with setting up the iron... Was it the iron ore? No. Yeah, the iron ore. We just finished setting up the iron ore. Or just about finished setting up the iron ore. And we got the rest of the stuff to get sorted as well. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Hopefully we can find a reasonable way to do the copper ore, because that's going to be a bit of a pain. But we will see. As for Moni, though, we will be back on Monday. We will be progressing. We will be making our... We'll be continuing our ore processing and storage setup and sorting out hostile neural networks. But we need to make sure we sort that out in such a way that we can switch over to better machines when we need to, like the large chemical reactors, which will just make our life easier. So we need to make sure we keep that in mind when we set it up. Anyway, I'm going to start waffling on. Thank you, everyone, for being here. If you could stick around for a few more minutes, I will see if we can find some other unsuspecting person to send all of you lovely people over to. If anybody is live and playing the Minecrafts. Preferably of the modded variety. We have one person who we're going to go and see. Banana. We raid him quite a lot these days. I do need to find more people to raid. But we're going to go and raid Banana. He is playing Sky Factory 5. He is on day 2 right now, trying to find all of the colors. Let's go and show him a little bit of love. Life, if it's someone we've never raided before, if you could send me the name of them, I'll check them out. I always like to kind of like check people out before I raid them if I don't know them. So if you could send me the name though, I will go and check them out. I would appreciate that. All right, as far as the raid is concerned, if you just copy the raid message that the bot is posting now, the /me #Chacheva raid, that I have still yet to find a decent way of making that whole thing work. At least a way that I'm happy with. But let's go and say hello to him. But anyway, copy that raid message, paste that into the chat once we get over to Bananas, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Just show him a little bit of love. And once again, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the raid from Elfie. Thank you for all the follows, resubs, everything. You guys have been fantastic. Clippy raid still works. I always forget about that, Tribble. I don't know how, like, not everyone's going to be able to see that, though, and I've had people say that they can't see it at times, and it's a little weird. Anyway, I will see you all on, well, tomorrow, hopefully. Have an amazing rest of your day. Either Discord or on Twitch. Either's fine. Life. Either is good. All right, guys. Hey, and we have got the perfect number of viewers as well. 69 people rating. All right, guys. Have an amazing rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow.